Good morning, everybody. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings is publicized by notifying the area news media by updating the OPPD website and by emailing such notice to each of the district directors on August 7th, 2020. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx today. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. Members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss power with purpose. We will conclude that discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and other OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session promptly at 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director McGuire, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that we go into closed session. I move that we go into closed session.
Yep.
Second.
The script, Dan, keep going.
Oh, I don't have it. Hold it, my statement. I move we go into closed session at this time, 8:03, to discuss an update on the Power with Purpose project. With respect to the update of the Power and Purpose Generation Resource Project, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing and types and locations of resources that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update also will involve the discussion of legal matters that are protected by attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine. This motion requires a second to move forward. We have a second.
I'll second.
Bogner?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
McGuire?
Yes.
Molhoff?
Yes.
Moody?
Yes.
Williams? I see you, Director Williams, thumbs up. Director Yoder?
Yes.
Thank you, motion carried.
The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding power with purpose. No votes or other action will be taken. Just note for the public record, Director Gay has stated that he has a conflict of interest regarding the public, he has a conflict of interest regarding the power with purpose work, so he will not be joining us for this closed session discussion. He'll join at 10 a.m. this morning. Okay. So if there are any public attendees that are on, we'll be bumping you off here shortly if you're not off already. And non-power with purpose OPPD staff will be removed as well. Stop the recording transfer. We have everybody we need. So we're going to go ahead and get started. The first thing we need to do is come out of closed session. So colleagues, I need a motion and a second in order to come out of, in order to reconvene an open session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I think I got a motion from Mr. Gay and a second from maybe Director McGuire. Mo, can you call the vote? Mo, are you there? If you are, you're muted. Tim, can you step in, call the roll, please?
Yes. Let's go through the participant list. Moody?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Yoder? Yoder?
He's frozen.
He's frozen.
He's frozen. Mulhall?
Yes.
McGuire? Bogner?
Yes.
Gay?
Yes.
Kavanaugh?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to Mulholf. I think I heard a yes there, but
Yes.
and then I'm going to go Yoder one more time.
Thank you.
Back.
All right, yeah, I'm on mute for some reason.
So is that a yes? Thank you very much. So 8 yeses.
Motion
I wa-
passes. Thank you.
Motion approves.
We're
I
off
wondered
to a blazing
if this,
start. Okay.
Hey, can you make sure there's a memo in there that I joined the meeting at 9:50?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep, good tip, Tim. So as a reminder
Thanks.
for those in the public that are just joining us, we held a closed session. Actually, hold on, I'll get to that. The motion to come out of closed session at 10:02 is carried. The closed session was limited to discussion regarding power with purpose. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Per Director Gay's comment, he did not attend the closed session due to a conflict of interest, so he just joined us at 9:50. Our closed session discussion ended at 9:35. We took a break until now, so Director Gay was not involved in any closed session discussion. Okay, here we are. Early before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. We conducted a closed session this morning to discuss Power with Purpose. Given the current status of the Power with Purpose project, there is no additional information that be shared at this time. So in other words, there will not be a public discussion on the agenda with respect to Power with Purpose. Today, we're going to hear the following committee reports. Director Bogner will cover finance. Director Mulhoff will cover system management and nuclear oversight. Director Yoder will cover public information, and Director McGuire will handle governance. Mr. Burke, could we have the safety briefing, please?
Yes, absolutely. So on the next slide, we'll talk about the 10 actions every Nebraskan should be taking to slow the spread of COVID-19. I'll summarize some of these, and one is just personal hygiene. You know, make sure you wash your hands, make sure you use your Clorox wipes, your gels or sprays, or however you do that with the appropriate alcohol elements in those. Disinfect after you use things. Social distancing is absolutely critical for you to really separate yourself from any contagions of COVID-19. And the other one that OPPD has begun to do and support very clearly, not only within OPPD but in the public, is to wear masks. And so you'll see me periodically. If I happen to come through this door, I'll have a mask on. I'll take a mask off. When I go into public areas, we're required to have masks on within OPPD and common areas, conference rooms where we can't social distance, or lunch rooms where we can't social distance. And here's the reason why. This does make a difference. And you know, whether people don't believe that, it's really important. And I think what's really important is that there was about 6 large businesses in Omaha that expressed interest in the city of Omaha to mandate a mask policy. And even though OPPD wasn't asked to sign into that, we would certainly support that because it does prevent the spread of COVID-19. So with that being said, look at your surroundings and make sure as you get up and walk around, you don't trip over any wires, or they're at least covered or known. And with that, that concludes my safety briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Before we jump into the Finance Committee, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to all the fine men and women who have been working to respond to the storm yesterday. At peak, I think we had more than 55,000 outages. I'm looking at our Storm and Outage Center at present. And as of 9:45 this morning, we have 2,900 customers that are still without power. Nearly 900 separate issues account for those outages. So I know I was texting a few OPPD employees last night based on some customer inquiries that I was getting well into the evening. So thanks to everybody for the great work. Huge storm came through, affected the entire region. And I'm really impressed, as always, with how great people are at responding. So kudos to them. Okay, we are going to go ahead and get started with the finance report. Director Bogner, you're up.
All right, can you guys hear me? Yes, okay, great. All right, we had a finance committee meeting last week on the 4th, and we covered 3 different topics. One, we talked through the Q2 financial report and dashboard. The dashboard is part of the public meeting items here, and CFO Fernandez will walk us through that here in a moment. Pretty much in August, we were looking kind of in the rearview mirror. When we get to the September meeting, we're going to look future forward and talk about projections through the end of this year. But a couple of highlights from that quarterly update that I want to bring forth here is that we're demonstrating strong financial health, and this is able to help us reaffirm our commitment to the no general rate increase. Because of the commercial paper program restructuring in 2019, we're able to really take advantage of the low interest rates that are right now. Some other items here is in April 2021, we will be suspending our mini bond program. And so I would ask CFO Fernandez to address that later today when he's talking. We also talked a little bit about the rate blueprint. And so this idea of this blueprint is really to look forward several years to develop a rate strategy on how we are making our rates across all of our customer classes congruent with the goals and aspirations of OPPD. Some of the items that we'll be looking forward to addressing in 2021 kind of bubbled out of the rate and service manual modernization work that was done, finished earlier this year, and really include that residential block rate restructure, sport field lighting, the rate structure related to that. Also, the standby rate for intermittent renewables that was originally part of rate 464, but we recognize that rate was not an appropriate place for those intermittent renewables, and that was revised earlier this year. So we do need to still address that, and we'll be working on that through the balance of this year and into next. We also talked in more detail about the block rate elimination project, and this was more about, I would say, an action plan for what work has been completed and what the work plan is going forward for the remainder of this year and into next. So at this time, I'd like to invite CFO Fernandez to he has 3 reporting items: the annual report for interest rate on customer security deposits, the retirement plan for the second quarter, and the second quarter financial report. So Javier, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Thank you for the introduction. These next item on the annual report on the interest rate on the customer security deposits, just a quick refresher. As you may or may not know, we hold funds for our customers from time to time. These are in different forms. A new customer coming in that requires service, depending on their credit history, depending on their auto pay structure, sometimes we do request them to send us a payment that we hold against future bills. Those funds are our customers' funds. That's an example of residential customers. We also hold funds for commercial and industrial customers in different ways, but fully acknowledging that they're not our funds, they are customer funds. So while we hold those funds earn interest. And that interest rate is reset every year, and it's a pass-through. Whatever interest we are earning on those funds, we'll pass it back to customers. And so we have to periodically, again, on an annual basis, reassess what the interest rate is on those funds. As of last year, September 1 of 2019, we increased the rate. I believe the previous rate was 1.25%, and we increased it to 2%. This is last year when interest rates were rising and the Federal Reserve had started to increase the discount rates, and you could see all interest rates going up. Conversely, what we have seen since probably around March of this year, interest rates have actually gone down, and they've continued to go down. So what we're proposing, after we've taken an average of all of the months that we've been keeping those funds for our customers, the interest rate that we are earning on those funds has declined modestly, but it has declined from 2% down to 1.75%. And so we expect to do the same analysis and same reset next year. So it's a relatively routine item that we have here for the board, and I'm happy to take any questions at this point. Okay. Hearing none, the next item is probably of a lot of interest, and Mo, if you wouldn't mind moving on to the next slide, please. Okay, well, while that happens, let me talk about the report on the retirement plan funds, the second quarter report for the retirement plan. Again, Mo or whoever is changing the slides, if you could please advance the slide. I'm not seeing it. Maybe my connection is slow. Are you seeing it? Okay, there you go. If you can go back a couple of slides, please. One more. And one more. There you go. Okay. So I have relatively good news, and all things considered, remembering what happened with not only domestic but global markets at the end of the first quarter of 2020, when COVID-19 started to cause the economies to close down. We had a massive losses in financial markets. And it was not pretty, and I think I reported on that for the first quarter of the pension piece. The positive news is that we have seen just in one quarter, between March 31st and June 30th, we have seen a significant rebound on the value of most of our assets. And so I'm going to talk about two things today. One is the value of our assets that has gone up, and then the other one is the value that we have in the diversity of our portfolio. So to talk about the value of our assets, in fact, I was just checking the markets earlier, just a few minutes ago, and I believe we have the Dow Jones Industrial Average probably broke the 28,000 point mark earlier today, something we haven't seen since February 24th. So we're certainly going back in the right direction. I would have rather not lost all of the value we lost in the first the first quarter or thereabouts, but it is certainly that V-shaped recovery, at least from the market's perspective. We are starting to see some of that here. The quarterly return for our pension plan was 13.1%. 13.1% in one quarter. That was better than the index, and you can see that at the bottom. That was better than the index that we had for all of our different assets. In the screen that you see in front of you, you have the different equity managers and fixed income managers and alternative assets. Alternative assets, most of them, I would say, it's real estate. So on the fixed income piece, we generated significant gains. This is one where at the end of last year, I remember having conversations with employees, and some employees were giving me a hard time saying, hey, why do we have so much on fixed income, right? If we hadn't had fixed income last year, our earnings would have been significantly higher, because last year we had great earnings on the equity side. Fixed income was not as great. And so partially joking there, I got comments from employees saying, hey, why do we have so much on fixed income? Well, this is why. Right. This is exactly the story about a balanced portfolio where our fixed income portfolio performed really, really well compared to the index. We from a global fixed income perspective, especially, we realized gains of upwards of 10% for the quarter. International and domestic equities, again, both of them rebounded. Most of them are growth stocks that outperform value stocks. The one category that didn't win this quarter was real estate. And it is the same category that has been performing really, really well when equities and fixed income haven't performed as well. So the plan that we put in place back in 2015 and 16 when we started getting into a real estate portfolio, it's worked exactly the way it's supposed to work. It has balanced the portfolio. So for the second quarter, private real estate managers had a return of 0.1%. So very modest, of course, as the economy slowed down, but that was more than offset by the gains that we had in domestic equity and international equity. Mo, can you move forward one slide, please?
Javier, before you move forward,
Yes.
could I ask a question about this sheet?
Yes.
So under the international category, we have that global alpha small cap manager that we had approved earlier this year, and it looks like funds were transferred to them on June 30th. I'm under the impression that they were replacing Lord Abbott. So there's still a Lord Abbott line item there. Is that in addition to what Global Alpha is now managing, or have we not transferred 100% of things?
We have transferred 100% of things, but this is one interesting aspect of the report. We are reporting earnings that were that we experienced under Lord Abbott's management, still from April 1 through June 30th. So that's what you're seeing here. But we're also making the note that starting July 1st, you will start seeing that global alpha. So Lord Abbott would come off, and you would have the new manager coming in. It's just in full transparency to show that switch is taking place. Thank you for the
thank
comment.
you very much. I appreciate that clarity. So future versions of this, we will not see the Lord Abbott line item.
Correct.
Okay. Very
At
good,
least
thank you.
from a quarterly perspective, at some point when we present this on a yearly basis, we're going to have to show both, because Lord Abbott was with us for the first half of the year, and we'll figure out how to show both.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next slide, Ms. Henders, please. This is one that we've presented in the past, and it just shows, roughly speaking, on an annualized basis, what has been the market valuation of our pension plan. And you can see that year over year. It doesn't really tell much of a story when you look at year over year, but I would say that the takeaway of this is that the line is upward sloping. Generally speaking, the value of our pension portfolio continues to increase. That's great. However, in some years, in the interim years, we've had this zigzag line, and you can see that in 2018 we had a big loss in 2018, mostly driven by 1 month. If you all remember, it was December of 2018 that we had, the market had huge losses, and that drove the value of our pension plan down, just to rebound back in the first quarter of 2019, back up to where you see on that line, and now back down again in 2020. This graph doesn't tell the full story, so I asked my team to add yet another graph, and that's the following slide. Ms. Henders, if you would, please. So this one shows a shorter time span. It shows from a quarter over quarter, starting in the first quarter of 2018, ending in the second quarter of 2020. And you can see exactly what I was talking about. That last quarter of 2018, huge losses. That December of 2018, that was not great for the market. Picked up right back, and 2 quarters later, the value of our portfolio in the second quarter of 2019 was higher than that we lost in the third quarter of 2018. A similar story is developing now. At the end of last year, the December timeframe, we saw a huge rally in the market, and values of our pension plan increased significantly, and you can see that on that spike in December of 2019. That probably made the drop more painful, because we had inflated in a way or overperformed in that last quarter, only to be faced with this coronavirus pandemic and closing the economy. The loss from a little bit over $1.05 billion to 900 million was huge. About 150 million dollars of value lost in the portfolio in one quarter. Our investment policy was very, very important for us, and we say, hey, don't panic, don't sell, don't stay the course. We have financial advisors, we have an investment policy. Let's look at the policy. Let's take those lessons that we learned back from 2008 when we didn't change our investments, and that's exactly what we did. Other than the change in one money manager, as Director Buckner mentioned earlier, really the strategy didn't change. We held steady, and you can see that the change from last quarter to this quarter of the $150 million that our pension plan lost, we've made up about $120 million back up. Now, the rest of the year is yet to be seen. What happens with the economy, not only domestic but international economy. But I wanted to provide these quarter-over-quarter view because I think it tells a much better story that we're all living with our own personal investment and with OPPD's pension fund. We will continue to monitor and work with our financial advisor, investment advisors, and we will continue to report back to the board. I am relatively pleased by seeing the speed of the recovery and the magnitude of the recovery. But this chapter is yet to be finished, to be written. So we'll keep a close eye on how we finish the year. This performance through the end of the year is going to determine quite a bit of how much additional funds OPPD is going to have to put into the plan for next year's budget. So this is an important topic that I need to share. It's to the extent that the losses generate the need for additional funds be placed into the pension fund, additional deposits, we will make that, right? And we have made that every year in and year out to the penny. Whatever it's needed, we contribute. And so my team is closely monitoring this piece because it is an important element of our 2021 budget, which is still in development. So with that, I'll be quiet and I'll take any questions that you may have.
I do not see any hands raised right now, Javier.
Okay. Thank you. We can go to the next item. Ms. Hinders, please. That's the second quarter financial report. As Director Buckner mentioned earlier, we had a more in-depth discussion with the Finance Pre-Committee about our second quarter financials. This is a dashboard. I hope it tells a story about where we have been so far, first two quarters. And really, if I were to summarize these, retail revenues and off-system sales, the two main sources of revenues, they've been lower than budget. Customers, mostly on the commercial side, commercial and industrial customers have used less power. We have seen a decline in revenues, mostly from those two customer categories. We have seen a steady usage, in fact, a modest increase in usage and revenues from residential customers. As people are working from home, they're using their home appliances and cooling and heating more. That was expected. Overall, our revenue is down, and you can see that on the upper left-hand quadrant. All three, the combination of commercial, industrial, and residential revenues are below budget, slightly below budget. On the converse side, you can see on the right side of the dashboard, the O&M expense is also lower. So our revenues are down, but our expenses are down too. And our expenses are down by more than what our revenues are down. So that at the end, I think it tells the story about our operating income has been higher than budgeted. We've been able to save money, and I think part of this is before we went into the COVID-19 and the economy shut down, we were already battling other economic issues like the oil dialogue happening between Russia and Saudi Arabia that drove oil prices down significantly, that pushed natural gas prices down significantly. That didn't go away with COVID. It stayed with us for the time being. That was really interesting because it has depressed natural gas prices. It has made electricity cheaper from natural gas generators, and it has really put a lot of pressure on other utilities. In our case, we've been able to do two things. One, some of our units, especially our coal units, even though we still run them, we've been running them at lower levels than we had planned to run them. Why? Because it's more economic for us to run them low and buy power that it's cheaper from the market, mostly coming from natural gas and from other intermittent resources when they're available. So we have saved quite a bit of money on fuel. We haven't used as much fuel as we were planning on. That's also great for the environment and has other great outcomes. We have saved, so part of these, the savings that you see here on the O&M expense and the fuel and purchase power expense are savings that are coming from using less fuel and from having reduced expenses on the operation of the district. So I think that is at a high level what's happened with our financials. We are in a relatively good position, or positive position. I shouldn't say it's great, but it's certainly we have not hurt as much as other utilities, partly because our cost structure is variable and it's closer tied to our revenue structure, that when revenues go down, our costs also go down, and vice versa. So that structure has been very useful for our financial health.
Before we move away from this slide, could you describe a little bit about what is included in that other income category and why we're seeing that be higher in the year to date than what was planned for in the budget?
Certainly. In the other income category, you can see the biggest culprit for that increase is that orange bar in the middle, and that's investment income. This relates to the mark-to-market effect that I've been discussing with the board for the past 18 months. What happens here is that as interest rates drop, we are holding securities in our investment portfolios that were purchased when interest rates were higher. Right. So as interest rates drop, what happens is from an accounting perspective, what we have to do is say, if we were to go out to the market and sell this security that has a high interest rate and we were to sell it in the market, we would get a lot more money for it, because people would only be able to get a much lower interest rate than the one that we have in our portfolio. So that is a very simple way of explaining the mark-to-market effect. So what's happening here is the value of our investments, on paper at least, has gone up. Now, we are not in the business of making money transacting financials that way. We are usually on a buy and hold portfolio. So whatever investments we have, we let them mature, and that's how we operate our investments. So this is what I call a non-cash effect. It reflects the value of our portfolio if we were to liquidate it all at once, but it's really not our plan. So that's why one of the reasons why I look at our net income metric, and you can see that on the next slide, Mo, if you wouldn't mind. So net income includes the effects of this other income, of these mark-to-market piece. That's why you can see that net income is significantly higher than budget. But it's an important metric for me, but it's one that I know it's not. We're not going to realize that amount of net income. An important metric for me to look at is also the one above that. That's the operating income. That one doesn't have the effect of this mark-to-market. That is more closely aligned to, hey, where are revenues, where are expenses, and are we tracking that way? So both from an operating income and net income, we're doing well. But again, my eyes are focused on operating income a lot more when we have these distortions in the market that create some noise on the mark-to-market piece.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Any other questions before I move on to cash and capital?
I don't have any, and I don't see any hands raised either.
Okay. From a cash balance, this is interesting. We know going to the second quarter, as you can see by the blue dots, part of the plan is, we know, and the spring months, we make pilot payments, we make debt service payments, we make a few other payments, and they're not necessarily the hot months of the year where we generate revenue. So we had planned for our cash balances to decline, and that's exactly what they did. I am very happy to share that that orange bar, while it was slightly lower than what the blue dot was, the gap was not bigger. Right, going into this COVID situation, we didn't know how, if customers were going to have a ton of hard time paying bills and our cash balances were going to suffer. And I'm not discounting the pain that some customers have gone through and are still experiencing today, but generally speaking, with our large customer base, from a cash balance perspective, we've been able to maintain healthy levels of cash. These does not include liquidity. Liquidity is separate, and in addition to that, that's the line of credit that we've been maintaining and augmenting recently. But from a cash perspective, we're doing okay. We're of course watching and working very closely with Julie Comstock's team on arrears and debt balances from our customers. We're very sensitive to that. In aggregate, we're doing okay. Capital spend is a different story. You can see the gap between the blue dot and the orange bar is larger. And what this tells us is that we are underspending on our capital projects. And it's really interesting. I would say that from a capital expenditure perspective, one thing we don't have this year that we had last year was flooding. So this year, from a terrain perspective and weather conditions, we're doing okay. Our teams have been able to go out and build and do everything they need to do. And so we have been executing our capital portfolio actually really well on the, I'm going to call it the normal course of business type of work. Where we are underspending is on less frequent, less routine type of investments, and these are namely the Power with Purpose investments. As we started the year, we didn't know, exactly when the magnitude and exact timing of expenditures for capital with Power with Purpose. So we had to make assumptions, and they were, very educated assumptions, right? Just divided by 4 and put them all stack them over the year. It was a little bit more educated than that, but really we didn't have a lot of information when we planned the budget for Power with Purpose. What you see, the majority of that underspend is attributable to that Power with Purpose spend. Part of it was, as we've been talking about these in public, as we go out and we're issuing RFPs. One of the questions back then was, as we issue RFPs for solar, are we going to own and operate solar, or is someone else going to own and operate it, and we're going to do a PPA? We didn't know, and the capital investments are very different. They look very different if we own versus if we do a PPA. So we have to build some flexibility into our capital portfolio. I am not concerned about the level of underspend, again, because I can pinpoint it to those those large projects under Power with Purpose. I am very pleased to see the level of accountability and execution that I am seeing from every other place in the organization. Outside of the Power with Purpose, which I just talked about, transmission and distribution and business technology, building services, we have been doing really, really well, significantly better execution than we had in the previous years. And with that, that concludes the financial the Q2 financial update. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Javier. I think that your team, both the finance business unit as well as every other unit, and how mindful they are of our dollars and how they're spending it to execute the mission and really drive the organization forward is commendable. Without that diligence to the bottom line, we wouldn't be successful in this. And so thank you for extend my thanks to the team for doing such a fantastic job in this way. I really appreciate it. Were there any other board members have questions or would like to make a comment?
Yeah, just real quick, I would echo the appreciation that you just offered, Director Wagner. Extraordinary work on the part of the organization during a really difficult time. I guess so. Question as it relates to that, and I'm just kind of interested in your perspective on this, Javier. we're 4 or 5 months into a pretty seismic shift due to the pandemic. We spent some time, I suppose, in March or April trying to think about what this might mean for us. So I guess I'm just kind of generally interested in, how you think the organization is doing with respect to the pandemic and what its influence has been. I mean, are not looking for anything specific. I'm just kind of generally, your perspective, given you're the CFO from a financial standpoint, how we've weathered it, how we've responded to it, how it feels. What do you think?
So this is my bragging moment here. The organization has been doing fantastically well. I have the benefit of talking to other CFOs from other large public power entities, and sometimes we talk about our challenges and successes and tips that we have to each other, and I would say we're doing significantly better than many other utilities in other parts of the country for a number of reasons. I think OPPD, one of the things that is helping us a ton, and it's not talked about that often because it's already part of our DNA, I would say, or our financial DNA. It's the work that the organization did back in 2014, 15, 16 with the Lean and Process Improvement Initiative. Is way before my time, and so I can't take any credit for that. But it's the organization really changed the way they think about costs, the way they think about accountability, investments. I can tell you today, there's always room for improvement, but today the accountability that we have on financials, the way each manager, director, my peers at senior management, the way they talk about their budgets and their financials, the level of understanding they have of what they're spending and how they're spending money is, I've never experienced that before. And again, that speaks very, very highly of the work that was done to change not only our financial structure, but to change the mentality and the culture of the organization. Doing really, really well, trying to save money, trying to do more with less resources. That really, it has been a key ingredient in this recipe for us to maintain our no general rate increase for 4 years going into the 5th year in a row. We're doing well. Now, on the downside, it's not without a lot of pressure, right? We have been holding back on resources. We've been adding a lot of requirements and great things that we want to do and accomplish, and studies and pathways to decarbonization and customer engagement, lots of great things we want to do. We haven't given the organization more resources to do that, right? So on the opposite side of the equation, it's stress. I think it's the organization is feeling it, and it's something that senior management, we're all very aware of that, and trying to be very, very careful, very judicious about how we add those resources. When do we augment the number of people we have? When is it appropriate for us to, instead of hiring a person, we do an outside contract if it's a short-term project. But I would say that part hasn't worked that well from an employee perspective. We're asking a lot more of our employees to do without that additional resources. Doing really well financially, but that's a little bit of that cost. From financial perspective, I'm really, really focusing on that last year of the no general rate increase commitment in 2021. As we come out of that one, what's going to happen in 2022, right? And number one priority for me, and I want to make it clear here, is number one priority is 2022 is not going to be a huge rate increase, right? That's my priority. We won't have a big spike. The question is, can we maintain that trajectory? Are we going to need additional resources? And how do we match the financial construct with the work that we're all accumulating? But probably to ease some of the viewers' concerns is that we're not. This is not a bubble that's going to explode in 2022. We'll keep it. We'll try to keep it the way it is today. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, and thank you for the response. That's really helpful. I'm complete. Thanks, Amanda.
All right. I don't see any other hands raised at the moment. Would any other directors like to make a comment?
I just want to say, the other day I heard the president of New Zealand talk about how they had weathered the pandemic so well. And she said, because we had a team of 5 million people. And I think here at OPPD, one of the reasons that we've weathered so well is we have a great team of 1,797 people to make it happen. And so I think that's, to Javier's point, it's very important. And they've all been doing a lot of heavy lifting, and want to extend my appreciation for that.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Anne. I saw the hand clapping. All right, with that, I think that we are finished with the Finance Committee report.
Director Bugner, you mind if I just make a couple comments real quick?
Oh, please.
I think, to Chairman Moody's perspective, and I've been covering this with the board one-on-one. I mean, one of the things that I think has gone really well is that, for the majority of our organization, we have been able to execute the things that we would normally execute from our centers and our power plants. The folks that are out restoring power and fixing power and identifying issues today. That has continued in the COVID. There's not been a disruption of service, of construction, of reliability projects, both at the plants and in the centers and in the field. Our teams have done incredibly well. The engineering staffs that support them incredibly well. And then the folks that are working from home, we know that, just if you look at the statistics of people working from home, they're working home more hours, and so that has gone incredibly well for us. I think Javier's team, as they begin to look at the financial impact, we put together kind of multiple scenarios, kind of high risk scenarios, COVID is kind of normal, some of the impacts, and we begin to track that to really see how we are measuring relative to those scenarios so we could make specific actions to help support not only our employees, but also customer owners, and that we were cognizant that we will probably see some revenue reductions in some sectors. And so with that being said, I mean, I think our team has done really well just to continue the critical operations that we're doing safely, healthy from that perspective in the organization, and really without any blips in reliability or customer service. And so I just think it's important to kind of share that and from a CEO perspective as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thanks for sharing, Tim. I appreciate it.
Actually, and before we move on, I almost missed. Director Bogner, you asked me to talk about the mini bond payment.
Yeah, I did.
And I almost, I had a note in here and I almost missed it. So mini bonds, one of the things that I shared with the finance pre-committee is we, long time ago, about 20 years ago or so, we issued, we've issued many different bond issues. The denomination of bonds is typically in the $5,000 range. So when you buy one bond in the muni world, it's usually $5,000 pieces that are not necessarily affordable for a lot of people. So it's usually wealthy individuals or money managers or institutional investors who buy big pieces of bonds. Many years ago, there was some desire to test the market. Say, what if we broke those big bonds into tiny pieces of $100 each and make them available to the public? Anyone who wants to buy, you could buy little pieces, and that's where the name mini bonds comes from. Part of that was twofold. Was one, to test the market, see if local investors would be willing to buy our bonds at even lower interest rates. Okay, again, our objective as an organization is to borrow at the lowest possible cost. The other one was to create some goodwill with local investors and say, hey, if someone who lives in Omaha is investing their money in Omaha, and it's a good thing for the economy to reinvest in itself. The downside of that program is that it's very costly to maintain and operate, and the administrative cost of that is huge because you have a lot of mini investors that we have to keep track of manually, and sometimes they die and they inherit that to their family, friends, or they change addresses, and so we've actually we've explored the idea of having a third party manage that for us. That has been really expensive. So we've chosen all of this time to do that ourselves. And we have a dedicated team of people in John Thurber's area, and I'm going to call out Ms. Mary Meyer and Holly Jenkins, who not only are they amazing professionals and they take care of the mini bond plan, they're just genuinely nice individuals. So they get on the phone with mini bond holders and they develop relationships and they make sure that all those people get their payments on time. For instance, earlier this year, as COVID was hitting, they were very focused. Hey, these people are relying on this income, right? So making sure that all the checks are cut and sent to all the mini bond owners. So call out for my team on that one. On the bright side, they're also kind of excited that in April of 2021 is going to be the last payment. So they're excited about that too, because it is a lot of work, and we've done it well. We've done it with a lot of pride, but we'll also be a little happy when it's done and we no longer have to track that.
I'm going to have to disclose that I am one of those mini bond holders. I have one share, one $5,000, and for the past 19 years, twice a year, I get my $163 and something cents check from OPPD. So it's almost like Christmas twice a year when I get it. So I just think what other people feel like. So yeah, I do appreciate all the work that John Thurber and his team has done all these years. And I realize it has been difficult and everything. I might give a shout out to John Green because he was the one who was really pushing this 20 plus years ago to try to, so that people in Omaha would have an opportunity to take part of this, which I think they do. And we do, those people do have a bond and an interest, an extra interest in OPPD that they do succeed.
Thank you, Director McGuire. One correction, it's not April of 2021. I got a friend who's texting me. It's October of 2021.
Oh, good. I get Tuesday. That's good.
All right. So my notes from the other day were incorrect as well. I apologize for that. Thank you. All right. With that, I'm just checking all of the things now. Just let me make sure that there are no other hands raised, no other comments. Okay, we're good. We are complete.
Got it. All right, great report, everybody. Good work. We are ahead of schedule, so I'm going to continue to press right into system management, nuclear oversight. So Director Molhoff, you have the reins.
All right. Thank you, Chair Moody. The System and Nuclear Oversight Committee, we met on July 30th. We reviewed the SD9 monitoring report. And I just want to say that the SD directs that the utility will periodically assess resources and evaluate multiple scenarios. And the committee agreed that this was done. I wanted to recognize the Power with Purpose team on their innovative modeling approach and their hard work and long hours invested. There was some discussion in committee about the criteria for short-term resource planning that's completed annually with the COP and the long-term planning that triggers an integrated resource planning process. The committee members asked whether Power with Purpose met the intent of SD9 because of the scope and significance of projected new load and new generation. And I recognize that the third bullet of SD9 is difficult for the team to meet the way it's currently written. And the board and senior management have agreed that Power with Purpose may not have included the robust stakeholder outreach of SD13 in an integrated resource planning. However, I would request that any discussion about changes to SD9 be deferred to the board retreat for August 25th and 26th. So I'm going to turn the discussion over to Javier for the SD9 monitoring report and ask that further questions be addressed during his presentation. Javier?
Thank you, Director Molhoff. Thank you for the introduction and the background. So I'm just going to go through these. This is, I believe it's the fourth year that we have this monitoring report. The strategic directive has remained almost the same as we've had it. I think there was a minor modification a couple of years ago. And I think it was part of it was moving some of the renewable goals we had from here back to SD7. But really, for all purposes, it's about the same report. It's exactly the same report that we had last year. So what my purpose today is to give you an update. Really, there's very little new information that hasn't been already shared at committee meeting and board meetings, because you're going to see some graphs that we've talked about during Power with Purpose. And so I apologize if it's redundant. What you have in front of you is the strategic directive language. And as Director Mulhoff mentioned, there are the last bullet one, ensure that all integrated resource strategic plans support and align with OPPD strategic directives. Well, in an ideal world, that is exactly what we're trying to do. There are competing interests, competing goals, and so we do as much as we can. We're trying to meet that. I think part of this, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit, it's our desire to really meet all strategic directives, and you will see that in the way we conducted resource planning this past year. A term that I'm going to mention here right now is that efficient frontier analysis. That was new. That's something that we haven't done in the past. It's always been talked at a theory level, at a concept level, but we actually made it work. And so that is huge. That's something that I'm incredibly proud of. And that was a little bit of work that was targeted to meeting that last bullet, right? Making sure that the resource planning work that we do meets at least 3 of the 15 strategic directives, 3 important ones, which is money, which is reliability, and which is environmental sensitivity, right? A portfolio that is affordable, that is reliable, and that is environmentally sensitive. It's a 3-dimensional optimization exercise that I'm very proud of what the team did. And so before we go in, since Director Mulhoff talked about the team, I do want to call out Colton Kennedy. He's the manager of our resource planning group. Colton is on fire, and I think he's on the call. I can't see your face, Colton, so I'm pretty sure you probably don't like me to brag about you, but you and your team have done fantastic work. Colton Kennedy, John Shipman, Max Treba, and then on the transmission side, we have Dan Lenihan and Josh Verzel, and their teams have done fantastic work working together. I'm going to talk about the transmission piece here in just one moment here. If we go to the next slide, Mo, please. So the first thing I want to do is address the introduction part of the SD9. I'm not going to read it out to you. You have it all on your screen. But it's basically what is SD9, what is resource planning, and why is it important? A little bit of history here. I think I mention this every year. Before we had these strategic directive in place, we did not have the resource planning function the way we have it today. We had resource planning. People were doing resource planning before, but I would say the creation of SD9 was contemporaneous with a huge shift that we made in the way we staff resource planning and the way we do resource planning. This goes back to the time when Mary Fisher joined the organization. She was the manager of this group. She basically turned the process upside down in a really good way and really brought resource planning to a whole different level that was needed. Part of what you see here on this first paragraph of SD9 was to make sure that happened, right? Make sure that resource planning is an incredibly important part of a utility, and so we needed to up our game, and we did. We've done that in my opinion. You'll see these in the next few slides. Mo, if you can, please. Okay, so Director Mulhoff alluded to, excuse me, the fact that we have. So let me back up here a little bit. Resource planning is a function. It's an activity, and I want to emphasize that that's what we do day in and day out. A resource plan is an outcome. It's a goal. It's a study, right? And so when we talk about integrated resource plan, that's an outcome of a process versus resource planning, which is a function. Resource planning, we typically do it in 2 ways, or we have 2 different ways of looking at resource planning. One is short term and the other one is long term. You can see the definition here that short-term resource planning, the way we understand this is we used to derive near-term, usually 5 years or so, worth of expected load, fuel budgets, et cetera, of things that need to be addressed in the short term as things change. Long term this is where typically an integrated resource plan comes into play. Do we have the resources that we're going to need not only in the next 5 years, but in the longer term to meet the needs of the district? Needs that are demand and energy, and do we have enough? Do we have the right size of a utility for the people we serve? Sometimes those integrated resource plans turn out to be, hey, we have a lot more than what we need. That's not unusual. There are many utilities in the country that are long power compared to what they need. One of the things that OPPD did a few years ago very purposefully was let's right size the utility. The 2016 IRP basically did that. It was part of it was converting North Omaha 1, 2, and 3 from baseload coal generation to peak gas generation, the decommissioning of Fort Calhoun nuclear station, the addition of wind. With all of these combinations of things that we've done in the past 5 or 6 years, I can say today that we are more closely aligned with a right size utility than with a long power utility. We have about what we need. In fact, what we discovered during our short-term planning process was that we were actually going on. We were getting short at times, and it's not short on energy, but it was short on capacity. Some of our customers are growing, our customers base is growing, and we knew that there were times in the year where we didn't have quite enough generation and quite enough programs to reduce load. That it started to make us a little nervous, and that's what gave birth to part of what back in the day was called Project Rhino. Eventually, now it's what you are seeing now as the outcome of Power with Purpose. It's a way for us to address a capacity shortage that we were seeing coming here in the near term. Part of the discussion here, and we've had a good discussion in the systems committee, was was Power with Purpose, should it have been short term or should it have been long term? Should that have been a full IRP process or should that have been a short term? And I think you can argue it both ways. I know there are opinions and you can put it on both ways. The way I see it is we had a very clear need to solve for capacity, not necessarily for energy, but for capacity in our system. We also knew that we had a Pathways to Decarbonization strategic initiative that was larger than Power with Purpose. Power with Purpose is, the way I see it, it's a module, very important module that will be a stone over which we continue to build our larger decarbonization strategy. From my perspective, I consider the Power with Purpose resource planning work as short-term work, very important, very, very detailed type of work that will lead to a longer-term work that we will have done next year, which is in conjunction with our integrated resource plan that we have to submit to the Western Area Power Administration and the decarbonization strategy. I think those two will come in really nicely together next year on the foundation of what we have done with Power with Purpose. So from my perspective, this is where and there are differences of opinion, and I think that's what Director Mulhoff addressed earlier. That's the way I see it. That's the way we did resource planning. We looked at this Power with Purpose work as short term. We very clearly, we heard from the board last year, hey, we need to engage the public. And we did that. We went out and we did that, but it was more on an inform on the IAP2 spectrum, because we really don't have that much time to solve for this issue. It's complicated. It's very technical. We decided, okay, we will have a stakeholder engagement process, probably not as robust as the one we will have next year when we include decarbonization pathways and the integrated resource plan itself. That will be longer. We'll have a lot more time to do this, and we'll have probably something that's not going to be on the inform only, but it might be on the involve or consult piece on the IAP2. I'm getting out of my out of my range here. This is Lisa Olson's team, but that's the way I see those two. Director Molhoff asked me to talk about the differences of short-term and long-term and how I saw them. So that's a little bit of what I have. Before we take questions, let me just talk about these last two bullets. One, we use very sophisticated platforms. They're expensive. They're hard to use. They're not easy to use. They're not only the platform, but databases. And so while Director Moody, you asked a question earlier about financials, and we have been doing more with less resources. This is one function where, as a CFO and the resource planning team reports to me, I have been dedicated. I've been very clear with the management team in that area that we are dedicating resources there. And so last year we got into a new platform. We have Aurora now. We have databases. We're very careful spending the customers' money, but on this one we really want to make sure that we don't cut budgets on this. This is a very important piece of the process, and we are dedicating good resources there. And the last bullet, as I said, this is the first time that we have truly incorporated a three-step, a three-legged stool here with an efficient frontier perspective, looking at supply, demand, competitive, cost-effective, reliable, and environmentally sensitive solution that really brings those three aspects to the table. I'll stop talking. I know there are a few hands raised. Happy to answer questions.
Yeah, and Amanda, go ahead.
All right. First a comment and then a question. My comment is as someone that does, I would say, parallel work in the world of optimizing buildings and using modeling tools and resources to optimize how buildings perform. I would like to just share my perspective of the Power with Purpose analysis, and that it is definitely best in class, and even leading edge type of work that you guys did last year to come down to that most optimized solution. And so very impressive work by the team. And so I just wanted to share that. My question is, how does OPPD's involvement with the region's economic development inform our long-term and our short-term resource planning needs? Can you describe a little bit of how that interaction happens between the economic development team and the resource planning team?
Absolutely, and I can talk about that in a few more slides, and you'll see that here. But it's very much right. It's looking at our load forecasting is an incredibly important part of resource planning. Right, we need to know what are we planning for, not only our current load and current demands, but in the forecast looking into the future. To do that, we have a few tools. Part of it is our forecasting tools. We have analysis from third-party vendors on load forecasting. We partner really, really closely, not only with economic development, which I'll talk about in a minute, but with our customer service team, with our account executives. So not all of it is just new stuff that's coming to the region, which is important. We'll talk about that, but it's our current customers. What plans do they have to expand, to contract, to change their loads? And so I would say that our account executive team is a critical piece of these puzzle. They have a ton of information. They talk to their customers. We gain that intelligence, and we incorporate it into the plan. Similarly, we talk with the economic development team for those customers who are not yet our customers, or who are in the middle of building and becoming our customers. We engage with them as well. They similar to the account executive team, they have intelligence, they have information, they don't have certainty. So sometimes we work with them on, hey, what is the probability of these occurring? I don't know, but based on my conversation with the customer, it's a 70% or 90%, or it's very early stages of development. We're probably in the 10 to 20% range. We take all of that information and we incorporate it into the load forecasting. Dive one level deeper. It's not only the load overall, how much energy they're going to use. It's really how much demand, how much those peaks are they going to use, the intensity of their usage of the system. That is important for us. And this is part of what we've done this year, the location of that customer, right? So now we're going into not just resource planning, but we're going into transmission planning. To the extent some of these customers are large, high voltage customers, then the location and the type of load these customers bring now start raising its effects on the transmission planning side of things. Transmission planning, by the way, it's not a traditional element of resource planning. Those two disciplines are typically conducted in separate forums. For OPPD last year, that was or in the past 18 months, I would say, was the first time that we have brought those two teams together to work and collaborate together on the transmission planning and resource planning. And really, that to me was part of what you have mentioned, Director Bogner, that first in class, talking to other utilities, talking to consultants, we gained information that tells us that not a lot of people are doing that yet. It's complicated, but our teams have done a really nice job that way. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, we're good. Thank you.
And I believe Eric had a question.
Yeah, so we mentioned that the discussion about power with purpose not being a longer term resource plan or type of activity. So I'm curious, as the Integrated Resource Plan 2021 is coming up and the decarbonization study, what types of things should we expect to be the resource planning types of activities that would come out of those two processes? And I guess specifically, power with purpose was 400 to 600 megawatts of solar, 400 to 600 megawatts of gas. I mean, as far as the scale and scope and details related to the resources themselves, what types of things should the board or the public expect to be seen in the IRP and the decarbonization study that would not have been similar to what was under power with purpose, not considered resource planning? Can you help us understand what those types of activities might be?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Director Williams. That's a great question. It's a question that I've asked myself a few times in the past year. And part of it is, so 400 to 600 megawatts of both gas and and solar, it's big. It's a big investment. But as big as it is, it's not enough. And I think to answer your question, what should we expect going forward on through the pathways to decarbonization and the IRP? It's probably going to be more than that. One of the things that I know from my team's work is what we are doing with Power with Purpose today is designed to solve a very immediate voltage degradation, voltage support that we are facing in the region. So we're trying to make sure that we shore up enough resources to make sure that our voltage support is not degraded to a point where our transmission planners get nervous and we are facing some serious resilience concerns. We were also very clear, and this is, I'm going to give a lot of credit to my colleagues, Mary Fisher and Troy Vai, in that they were co-sponsors. They are co-sponsors with me of these efforts. They both were very clear and say, hey, we don't know what we don't know today, right? It would be disingenuous for us to say, hey, we have the answer. We're going to solve everything that we have to do in the next 10 or 15 years, and here's exactly the package that we have for you. We don't have that. And technology curves continue to show that as technology improves, we can get better effects from those technologies. We can get lower costs from those technologies. And frankly, we have new technologies that are being brought to the market that 5 years ago we didn't even know existed. So what to expect out of the long-term IRP and the pathways to decarbonization is going to be something larger than what we are looking here with utility scale solar and gas as power with purpose. It's going to be larger than that. It's going to have to look at, okay, how do we continue to make a change in our quest to achieve a net zero carbon future in 2050, while incorporating the load growth that Director Bogner alluded to, that economic development and our own customers are growing. You can expect these to have more resources in the future. It's going to be less granular. So this is a trade-off. The long-term IRP and pathways to decarbonization is going to have less specificity about the type of technology exactly, or the location, or specific graphs of a problem that we're trying to solve. It's going to be more generic, just like an IRP usually is. It's big picture, long-term, big resources, but it will have probably an augmentation of the type of proposals that we presented on Power with Purpose. We'll have a longer runway to execute that. It's gonna be more vague, but it'll tell us exactly, well, how are we thinking about lowering the emissions or improving the net zero carbon profile of the utility in the next 10 years, perhaps in the next 20 years? What actions are we going to start taking today, and more or less by when, to use our fossil fuel units more efficiently? Either we use them more efficiently, they emit less carbon. Is there any carbon capture technology that becomes available? It's efficient, it's effective and affordable. Are there alternative uses, alternative sources of generation with battery storage and other intermittent generation? And what are we doing? This is something that excites me a ton. What are we doing on the load side, on the customer side? Programs that we envision and that we can start looking into on aggregating demand from our customers, and basically asking our customers to use power in a different way to help us solve this equation. Right? This equation is not only solved with resources and generation, it's also solved on the other side of the equation by usage patterns, efficiencies. So that piece is also something that we're probably going to see more of that in this longer term IRP and pathways to decarbonization strategy. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and you mentioned that the technologies have changed since the last IRP in early 2017. So we complete an IRP subject to SD9 based on the WAPA requirements, but is there any time when we would consider doing an IRP other than for the WAPA requirements because technology has changed? The utility scale solar that we're talking about now through Power with Purpose wasn't really contemplated during the IRP engagement or wasn't really considered a resource that would be competitive in the 2017 version, as far as I can tell. So is there anything else that would trigger us to do that type of a planning process with all of the components that go along with that, the engagements, the public presentations, the board discussions in public meetings, or is that still just subject to the WAPA requirement?
No. Thank you for the question. So the WAPA requirement is a minimum bar, right? No later than every 5 years, and that gives me some comfort that for sure every 5 years. What would have triggered? I think this Director Williams is part of the dialogue that's happening here. And should Power with Purpose, should that have been a long-term piece? Should that have been an IRP, or should it not? And again, differences of opinion. What could trigger an IRP? Big changes. For example, if SPP, the requirement, the resource requirement of SPP went from, right now we're required to have 12% higher than our load, right? That 12% is a very important number for all utilities in SPP. If that were to increase to 15%, heaven forbid, but if that were the case, or if it were to lower to 10% or 9%, that's a huge change that will affect the entirety of our portfolio, the entire of our generation portfolio. We would probably have to push the pause button and say, hey, we need to redo this thing because such a foundational assumption has changed. Conversely, accreditation, for example, if accreditation of our wind assets, for example, when we started working on the IRP in 2016, we launched on a journey to add a lot of wind resources. We had an expectation of a certain accreditation. Those wind resources, the wind doesn't blow all the time, and it doesn't blow when we need it. So for every 100 megawatts of wind installation we have in place, depending on the year, depending on the time, we may only be able to count about 15 of those megawatts, right? And so if that were to change and all of a sudden technology changes or weather pattern changes and that 15% goes to 30% or 50% or goes down to 5%, we have such a large portfolio, about 1,000 megawatts, 1 gigawatt of wind, that would have required for us to change and pause and do a different IRP. One could argue, would these additional load and demand and capacity constraints that we are solving with Power Purpose, would that have triggered an IRP? And you can argue it both ways. I would say yes and no. For us, it was about a short-term solution. We need to make sure that we shore up resources and we work on these, fully knowing that we were not solving for the entire portfolio, knowing that we would have had time in 2021 to do an IRP with pathways to decarbonization in a way that would have really looked at that long-term IRP. But to your point, Director Williams, it's you could have argued that some part of the power with purpose work could have been included in long term. I'm giving you my view of why I consider it short term and really linked to what we're going to do here in the next year with the IRP and with the pathways to decarbonization. Now, the last thing I will say is that the rigor of the analysis doesn't change. I would say the rigor of the analysis is exactly the same. The speed at which we conducted the analysis was faster in the short-term piece because we didn't have that much time. The long-term piece, we have a little bit more time. We can incorporate stakeholder engagement processes that buys us a little bit more time. It's not as intense, but the rigor doesn't change. It's not a light touch analysis when we talk about a short-term. It's just as involved and detailed as a long-term.
You know, Javier, Javier, I'll add this too. I think in the Power with Purpose, it was about a creation of a solution of a very unique situation. Significant load in a certain area of our service territory, resiliency impacts that we have seen across our service territory, multiple days, maybe multiple weeks impacts that we needed a focused solution on. And as we looked at the kind of the stakeholder process with that, it was very clear we were narrowing down the options of alternatives that would find that solution. I'm going to compare that with a broader integrated resource plan that does tie in with our decarbonization, that ties in with electrification, really not just on individual customers, but on broader across our marketplace that will take into consideration increasing regulation. So to Javier's point, whether SPP does one thing or another thing, but what happens if the federal government does one thing or another thing? What happens if the electrification increases at a 40% rate per year versus a 10% rate per year? How does that impact our load, and what do we need to do to meet that and meet all the requirements that we need to look at? Those are longer term to really get perspective around our customers about what are they thinking about, what are their alternatives, are they considering those alternatives, what's the propensity of those alternatives. To me, that's in that integrated resource plan and the engagement of the customers that we have all begun to kind of narrow down into this decarbonization strategy. So I would say we did resource optimization. We do that all the time, as Javier talked about in one of the previous items, where we may not generate as much because the market price is lower. And we've seen that this year with some of the low market prices. That's resource optimization. The bigger piece is what does that look like over a longer period of time with our current assets, and how do we meet the needs of our customers, and what are those needs of our customers moving forward? And I think that's the difference. And when we identified with Power with Purpose, really the first phase of the IAP2, which was inform, it was because we're not at the point where we're trying to gather that customer feedback and input about the future. We are going to be, which is the intent of our decarbonization strategy, really around customers, around communities, around our own internal assets, and then the broader generation portfolio. And that's where you're going to see us begin to think about the integrated resource plan. The integrated resource plan may not have actions attached to it, but the work that we did with Power with Purpose was very clearly identifying short-term actions we needed to take to solve a current situation, and an identified problem, so to speak, that we identified with some of the pretty significant increasing load in a very short period of time.
Thank you. Rick had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Director Molhoff, and thanks to Director Bogner for doubling down on the robustness and sophistication of the platforms. that were used for Power with Purpose. I appreciate that. Those platforms are sophisticated indeed, relative to reliability and cost and load forecasting and the like. Where I have struggled, I don't think it comes as a surprise one, is understanding the sophistication of our modeling of environmental sensitivity. Can you help us help me understand how you felt about your performance there relative to SD9 and what SD9 asks you to do?
Thank you for the question. I'll start responding, and then I may call a friend here. I see Colton and Brad are on the call. So you're absolutely right, Director. The environmental sensitivity, even though it's part of our mission, it's a topic. It's a variable that has gained a lot more attention, I would say, in the past 5 years, in the past decade, and especially in the past couple of years. It has increased its presence, its need. You know, as someone who comes from the Pacific Northwest, where most of the utility that I work for was most of it, actually all of it was hydro. I value that environment piece quite a bit, but also understanding that there's a need to maintain reliability and resilience, and that the technology we've had in the past century has led us to burn fossil fuels to achieve that reliability. So having said that, I would say our modeling, the level of sophistication that exists within the team on environmental pieces is pretty high. I know for sure. I know how we have a lot of people in the team who are very well versed on that. It's not as robust as we had on resiliency and on dollars. That's an undeniable fact. We have been speaking dollars and megawatts and VARs for decades. We are now, as a company, as an organization, the culture, we are now starting to speak CO2 and emissions and environmental sensitivity. There's no doubt about it. I can't hide that piece. It's a reality. Now we are. I can tell you, and I'm going to ask Colton or Brad to talk about how you incorporated environmental sensitivity and emissions profiles into your into the modeling. I know I've seen lots of work and the results of different technologies used in different ways produced a different type of emissions profile. So I know it's there. So I'm going to ask Brad and Colton if you want to talk a little bit about how you incorporated the environmental sensitivity outcome and into the model, and how do you feel about the maturity of that piece?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Javier. And thanks for your question, Director Yoder. So I think one of the things, if I can recall our collective memories, that you might have seen back in the Power with Purpose, sort of voluminous information in October, November, September timeframe was around emissions, and justly so. And I recall some pretty meaningful discussions on, how do we view emissions within the competing interests of cost and reliability? And I think one of the things the Efficient Frontier was able to do for us is to see the true tri-optimization objectives as peers. And so, you sort of had an axis for each of those. And if I were to summarize the outcome, I would generally say that the SDs really are guiding how we're viewing all of these attributes of the decision. And I think those are incredibly helpful for us as we think through these things and what it means for the district. But ultimately, what we saw was to get rid of the emissions profile at North Omaha, or a large majority of it, like we have intended to do for some time. There was an exchange of emissions that we were going to have to pay for the reliability benefit. And in terms of CO2, to Mr. Fernandez's point, it was a couple 100,000 tons, if you sort of remember that, or something along those neighborhoods. So the idea was to get an 80 to 90% reduction in emissions and maintain the reliability and cost of the portfolio. This was the best decision for the three objectives. And so Hopefully folks remember that, but I would say from the staff perspective, we tried to look at them as equals, and we tried to satisfy the positions that the board and the executive team have taken in other strategic directives. So hopefully that's helpful.
I'll mention one last thing here, and it's probably not as large as what you just talked about here, Brad, but things as even within the operations of our fossil plants, we're looking at the type of fuel that's used, the type of efficiency on that fuel. As we discussed last year, the type of coal that was purchased from 2019 into 2020, higher quality, lower sulfur, lower other emissions. So it's not just CO2, it's other pollutants in the atmosphere, and so we take that into consideration because that comes at a trade-off sometimes with the efficiency of the unit, but we're also trying to look at, again, beyond CO2. Is it perfect? No. I have a lot of hope. I know that our teams are going to get better and more experts in these environmental aspects of resource planning, but I feel very pleased with the progress I've seen so far.
Well, thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate that, and good of you to finish on that last note. You know, I'm fond of prevention, and using cleaner coal is a good preventive approach to reducing emissions. So thank you. Appreciate the feedback.
Okay, we have a few. Yeah. Thank you. We have a few more slides to go, but I know Director Mulhoff wanted to spend enough time on this slide and having the discussion we just had, and hopefully that was useful. So to complete the monitoring report and to keep us on track, Director Mulhoff, I'm going to try to go through the next few slides, and of course, if you have questions, I'll answer them. But Mo, if you wouldn't mind moving on to the next slide, please. So this is what I'm going to talk about, the periodically assessing for strategic and integrated resource plan. We've had a robust discussion about the periods, what's strategic, what's an IRP. So let me talk about the way we go about doing that in the next slide. There. So short-term resource planning, we complete that annually. In fact, it's an ongoing activity we do. We complete it annually because it's part of our COP, right? And so we do have to complete. Do we have enough resources as we put in the COP? But it doesn't end there. It's an ongoing effort. Something that I would like to see to talk about here is that the resource planning can be triggered, and this is Director Williams, to your point. What triggers an IRP? Well, I talked about meaningful changes to the SPP accreditation policy, system reserve margin changes, that 12% changes. There are a few things in here that would force us to look at these in a different way. I want to point your attention to the graphical display on the right side of the slide. A good conversation that Director Yoder and I have had in the past 3 years has been, hey, this is not just about resources. It's not about just generation. You have to look at both sides of the equation. It's demand, it's how we're using the system versus what are we doing to meet that demand. And so on the orange blocks that you have in there, very important for me to talk about the supply side resource options and demand side resource options. OPPD system load, eventually those go into the OPPD system load forecast. What programs do we have in place that help us meet these challenge? For example, we're now in the middle of summer. Most of you probably signed up for our Cool Smart program or have Nest thermostats in your house. That is a very important program that helps us shave the peak on the evenings, on the days when we need it the most. So instead of us having to build a new resource, a new generation plant to generate about 60 megawatts of additional capacity we may need on those hottest days of the year, we ask all of you to use 60 megawatts less of power. It's way more complicated than that, but that is part of our optimization process in here. What tools do we have in place? How efficient, how reliable those tools are from a demand perspective as well as from a supply perspective. I want to point out two things here. One, that stakeholder engagement, that those purple boxes really depict the type of stakeholder engagement that we're envisioning to have during a long-term IRP process. One of the lessons we learned in 2016 and feedback we got from the board was, hey, OPPD, you did a really nice job on the purple box to the right, right? That stakeholder engagement process. You came out and you told us exactly what you were going to do. Thank you very much. It would have been really nice to have an engagement earlier on, or more of an engagement earlier on. We had some, but maybe not as robust. So we've talked about these, and then with Lisa Olson's team on public affairs and stakeholder engagement, we are planning to have, you know, this bookend type of engagement. That's going to be part of the IRP. It is already being part of the decarbonization strategy. Listen to customers, talk about these at the beginning of a process, and then come out at the end on what reporting on what we've done. That's one thing I wanted to talk about. The other piece, we started doing this last year. We continue to do this. It's that bottom teal box that says transmission system planning. That box didn't used to exist right there. And if it did, it was certainly not as prominent as it is right there. So that portfolio optimization going into our dispatch modeling, typically we said, okay, how much load we have, what resources we have to build, and let's just go out and that's the plan. Well, now it's getting more complicated. A lot of the resources we're adding are intermittent resources. A lot of the load that's coming has a very different pattern. It's located in different parts of our service territory, and it has a very different profile. So it's no longer just meeting the energy and the demand to meet our customers' needs. It's meeting the voltage support that our customers need, right? And that voltage piece is where transmission system planning comes into play. These didn't used to be, and Dan Lenihan and your team, I'm not diminishing the work that you guys do. It's amazing. It's very, very important. But I'm going to paraphrase here. I don't think Dan and his predecessors worried that much about voltage support in the past 3 decades as they are worrying about it today. When you're surrounded by dispatchable fossil fuel, reliable generation around the region, when you have more generation than what you need on power, the work that transmission planning does is really important, but you have that support. You have that network of support. We have retired 3 coal units. We have converted them into gas. We retired a almost 500 megawatt nuclear facility that ran all the time reliably. Expensive, but it ran reliably. Our neighbors, Mid-American and others, have also retired plants. So that takes a toll on the resiliency and the voltage support that we need in our system. So a couple of years ago, we saw the obvious need for the resource planning team to work hand in hand with the transmission system planning team to say, hey, it's not only having enough megawatts, it's having the right type of megawatts and the right type of voltage support that is important to prevent system-wide outages and to provide that voltage support that our customers need. So that is a big piece that I want to call out as a big improvement. We started doing that about 18 months ago. I reported this last year, and we continue to work together, find ways to work even better as time goes by. There's a question, when can we expect, sorry, I'm going back here. When can we expect the IRP process to start? I don't have an answer to that. We will come back to maybe systems pre-committee and maybe share with the board what the plan is for engagement. What I can tell you is that it'll be combined or very much in sync with the decarbonization strategic initiative. So those 2 plans have to work together. I don't have exactly a date. And I can tell you, in fact, in a way, I can tell you that the IRP process has already started, right? The planning, the resource planning that's happening today is part of next year's resource planning. Maybe a more important question is, when are we going to start the stakeholder engagement process? That I don't know. I don't have a date, but we will get back to you shortly or in the next month, hopefully.
Thank you, Javier.
Yeah. Next slide, Mo, please. Highlights, I already talked about these, the first time evolution for the simultaneous optimization of transmission generation. I've talked about this at length already. Transmission, resource planning together, working together. The efficient frontier that started as a concept. Director Yoder, I don't know if you remember, you and I were sitting in my office a long time ago and we talked about efficient frontiers. And then we talked about this in concept, and I said, hey, that would be really nice. Well, it's a reality. Not perfect. I know we can do it. We can do better. But for the first time, we've used this tool effectively to achieve that optimization and really understand the trade-offs between affordability, reliability, and environmental sensitivity. The next slide is going to talk a little bit about how robust and how in-depth this process was. You have all the different tools that we looked into. For example, this is for power with purpose. You can see on the left side, you have combustion turbines, reciprocating engines, PV, solar. The ones in gray are technologies we studied very much. In fact, technologies that we have a lot of experience with, like wind turbines. They're in gray because the problem, the capacity problem, the voltage support problem we're trying to solve, those technologies were not ripe. They were determined not to be part of the portfolio we ended up deploying. Not that they're not important, and not that they won't become important and available and effective. It was a not for these issue. We are still, we're working, we have a grant on battery storage. We have teams studying battery storage, all different types of battery storage, not just lithium ion, but a bunch of other technologies. So I wanted to put that in here to state that we are looking at different technologies. Even if they're not ready for us to use, we need to know what they are so that when they're ready, we can incorporate them. Very important on the middle of the slide, that blue box, talk about demand side management. This is just an example of the major programs and tools that we have at our disposal to solve for these resource planning exercises. Next slide.
Rick, did you have a question?
I'm having a hard time unmuting. So back on that previous slide, the 4,000 different, more than 4,000 other measures evaluated. I think this is a comment for board members as well. I appreciate that amount of work is done. That activity is being reported. From a what standpoint, you know, where would you see SD direction for a bias towards DSM when it comes to new generation? Would that be in a resource planning kind of thing, or would that be somewhere else? We don't have to discuss it now. Let's just treat it as a rhetorical question. How about?
Thank you for the question. And even though you didn't ask me, I'll chime in. It really depends on what you're trying to get out of it, right? Demand side resources, incredibly valuable tool that produces lower rates, that produces high reliability, that produces better environmental footprint. So I would say it's yes and yes, all, right? So it depends if it's SE2, SE4, or SE7. But
yeah, if I could add,
topic for the retreat.
Yeah, let's also throw in economic development, because the dollar kept in the consumer's pocket is a dollar that they can contribute to the economy. All right, I'm done.
Yeah. It's a very integrated world, Director Yoder. Yep. Going on to the next.
Mary had a comment, I think.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. I just wanted to go back to the previous conversation when you were talking about the schedule for IRP and the decarbonization plan. Those are both scheduled to be completed by year end next year, which includes the process of stakeholder outreach. And we're looking, and I know Lisa has put in a pretty substantial review of what we need to do for stakeholder outreach for the decarbonization plan, and we will include what we do with the IRP at that time. So just wanted to make sure everybody knew that we were working on it and that it is a part of the robust evaluation that we're doing currently with decarbonization.
And this is Lisa. I just wanted to add, and I know I put it in the comments and so forth. As you know, and you've heard in the public, we have a lot of key strategic initiatives that are going on. And so we want to make sure that we can resource all of this and the messaging isn't confusing for the customers and fatigue and so forth. So we're making sure that we're thoughtful in our planning as well. So thank you.
Okay, so going on to the next slide, Mo, if you would please. This is we've presented this in the past, and it's just a pictorial depiction of the robustness of the work. You know, this is when you combine all the different solutions, potential solutions of demand, response, load changes, generation, battery storage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We developed a universe of options of about 70 million different portfolios that we could have deployed depending on all these different iterations and combinations. Then to that, the team continued to work on, okay, what that's on paper, but logically, could we do all of these? And so we applied some logical constraints to narrow down the portfolios that would be logical, that we could make work. Bringing that down from 70 million to about 1 million portfolios, then bringing down to about 240,000 portfolios once you include site constraints. So it's not only just the generation or the storage or the load, but it's do we have the land? Do we have the transmission connecting all of these pieces? Do we have the site? The geography was important. Do we have the gas supply in the case of gas units, etc. And then capacity constraints. Do we have the right capacity on the portfolios really to match the problem we were trying to solve? Just to show how we started with a very large portfolio universe of portfolios, and we narrowed that down. And this is probably when we went to the 240,000 portfolios, we started applying a lot more rigorously the concept of the efficient frontier. And through that, it helped us also figure out, okay, of those portfolios, which quadrant of the efficient frontiers are we going to focus on, ultimately leading us to the 5 portfolios that we considered and were part of the back then Project Rhino, eventually Power with Purpose, that ultimately became the proposal that was presented to the board in the fall. So that's the slide. Any questions here? The next couple of slides are, I think they're verbatim from what we presented in the past. You utilize multiple scenarios to properly evaluate the range. It's not just one scenario and assume the same variables are going to stay. It's a bunch of scenarios. So you can see that in the following slide. It's a graphic representation of, hey, we're looking at thousands, in fact, sometimes millions of different outcomes. And we test, once we have portfolios ready, then we test them against realities in the market and realities of load, and we come up with a variety, stochastic analysis of what is the art of the possible for each one of these scenarios. Make sure that we're not narrowing our thinking just to one set of assumptions, because the world doesn't work that way. So the graphs at the bottom are not meant to be read and understood exactly, but it's just to help me explain what I'm trying to say here. That's stochastic analysis piece.
Eric has a question.
Yep.
Eric has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, on this graph, it talks about the potential fuel costs and the other range of economic potentials that are being considered here. I think we've asked before or commented before about the potential impact of the cost of carbon being independently listed or reviewed or considered as what impact it might have in these types of analyses. And I know that the conclusion in the past has been that the cost of carbon is not independently identified as a variable in the planning process. Is there anything that would cause us to make a change in that policy? Because if you do not independently assign a price of carbon, then by default, the price we've assigned is 0. So is there any decision matrix that would allow us to say this is rising to the level where it independently should be considered as an economic driver of the potential future cost of some of our resources? or how will we make that decision as things continue to change in the future?
Brad, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Director Williams. So I think one of the things maybe in the near term, and forgive me if this is evident, is the portfolio that we're pursuing within Power with Purpose is an incrementally is an extraordinary reduction in CO2. And I think we've had some discussions on that. And so what we've got here in the near term, I think, is a very meaningful sort of movement on that. And Ms. Fisher shared that, she might share some of those things next month. As we go into the future, I think, these are discussions we may have to have. This is also something that, could change from a regulatory environment perspective. But I just think here in the now, the solution outcome is very, very durable in an environment where either a regulatory agency taxes carbon or, in any other outcome where there's an implicit cost on carbon, this portfolio would perform very well in that environment. So I just wanted to make that quick comment.
That's important. And on a different note, perhaps part of my response is this is one of the beauties of public power. One of the reasons why I love working on a public power entity is that I am not responding to shareholder interest. It's not a monetary gain piece. It's an all-inclusive. It's affordability, it's reliability, it's environmental stewardship, and a bunch of other things. So to your point, Director Williams, the price of carbon, very, very important. I am taking direction from the board, who has very clearly stated we want to reduce our emissions. We want a net zero carbon future in 2050. We want to increase the amount of renewables we have. That is how we flex that in here. So speaking about the price of carbon, it could, as Brad talked about, we need to take that into account, because in a world, if that ever comes to play, we need to know how would that affect our operations, right? But price of carbon in and of itself, I'm going to tell you from the planning perspective, my marching orders here is to try to produce a portfolio that emits the lowest amount of CO2, and that has that puts us onto that net zero carbon future, while maintaining reliability, resiliency, and affordability. So the price of carbon could be related to a price of resiliency, price of reliability. I don't have that, but we know it's important. We know the board wants to maintain certain reliability, certain resiliency, and affordability. And so from that perspective, I am fortunate that I have 8 board members who set direction and also set rates. You are telling me and my colleagues what you want to do, what do you want to accomplish with a utility in terms of affordability, reliability, environmental stewardship, and you also get to approve those rates that will meet that in here. Contrary to an investor-owned utility where I have a shareholder group that I may have to show that it's a profitable investment, and I need to show that there's money flowing back to investors. I have a board of directors setting strategy, and then I have a public utilities commission allowing me and approving rates. That's a harder alignment to achieve. Prices of carbon and other economic incentives and externalities are used sometimes to align those interests. Here, we don't have that. So I want to call that out importantly, that I know the concept of price of carbon is important and popular among some groups. It doesn't matter that much from the public power structure that we have here, because I have the 8 of you telling us what you want and how you want to achieve it, and we have this process that really forces us to do this optimization through this efficient frontier perspective.
Yeah, this is Tim Burke. I would just add, I think it's really important we try to take a look at actual, whatever those impacts are. And I think we heard a little conversation earlier about if SPP does this to wind or this to solar or this to batteries. We're trying not in this perspective to get into the necessarily anyway about what do we think SP or what we think NERC or FERC will do. It's about here's the actual spot in time and what that looks like. So we may not speculate on a carbon tax, just like we wouldn't speculate on reduction of a capacity rating for wind or for solar or for any other resource that may be non-carbon generating. It's really, what is the market today? What does it look like today? And how does that forecast in the future? That's why when you get to a point to make a decision, those things may have changed from the time you've done your integrated resource plan to when you need to act on it. And so we try not to, and sometimes we've seen the government in a lot of different ways kind of force a market. And my perspective is that never has been good for long-term execution of really any business plan. And so we try not to force a carbon tax, just like we try not to force a, what do we think SPP is going to do next year or 5 years from now, or whatever that may be. We really take a look at those really current impacts and what's going on. Now, as those things change, we'll incorporate, update, and provide that perspective on how it may change whatever that resource or whatever that impact plan would be to our system. So,
and I guess just to make sure I'm clear on what I was trying to express, we do speculate on something as uncertain as regulatory change, such as the future price of fossil fuels, which can go up and down. And so we are always speculating on uncertainty. And I'm just curious what would drive, I mean, I appreciate the explanation and the thinking that we are using, and that the net zero goal is controlling the carbon emissions. It just seems like the economic potential here is about as uncertain as other things that we do project and model for. And I'm curious if that would ever be independently identified. So I appreciate the clarification as to where the direction that would cause those kinds of changes comes from. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Director Williams. One last comment, and we can elaborate on these later on. Maybe it's you would tell me the price of that carbon, right? At some point in the future, the board would say, "Hey, we're willing to raise rates. We're willing to pay more in exchange for these." So it's not the market really that would dictate that. It would be the board, right? And then so that's a construct that I think is way more efficient, way more actionable for utilities. That again, I really like the public power model because of that piece, right? I don't need to wait for someone else to put a tax on me or not. It's if you tell me, hey, we want to pay more and we're willing to pay more to do this other trade-off. That type of direction is way more valuable to the resource planning piece than perhaps a carbon tax. But topic for many other discussions in the future.
All right. Rick, did you have another question?
I do. Thank you for allowing me to put it forward. So in the evaluation here, as strong as it is, and it is strong, and I don't think there was, back to my earlier question in response from Mr. Fernandez and Underwood, I don't think there was any intentional attempt to gather co-benefits of reductions in pollutants. And so I do have a bit of good news. If indeed we're able to reduce the emissions from North Omaha by 80 to 90%, just taking the lower number, that 80% reduction of emissions from 2016, which is the latest version of COBRA, the co-benefits risk analysis model that's out there, shows that there'd be an annual benefit of low estimate 95 million, high estimate $214 million nationally, annually, based on health benefits. So fewer deaths, fewer asthma attacks, fewer days lost at work. So that's really good news, even though I don't think it was an intentional part of the modeling. And even at the Douglas County level, so the results come out at the county level, and I didn't do it for all 13 counties. At an 80% reduction would be $9.7 to $19.5 million of benefits. So So power with purpose will have environmental benefits if it's able to achieve that 80% to 90%. What I don't think the board has done is said, this is something that we should include in the model. Or this is not necessarily using that particular model, but which would be a how, but a what. We should be considering the risk benefits that are changed with our changes in emissions. So just sharing a little bit of good news. Well done, and thanks.
Thank you, Director Yoder. I know we're past time. I'm trying to. Are there any more questions? The next few slides are again verbatim. I think what we had last time. We've talked. I believe we've discussed how everything is connected. These strategic directive. We'll discuss this at the retreat, but it's less of a what and it's more of a how. And it's how it's integrating a lot of other things around the organization. And I would say, if you go to the next slide, Mo, it touches all directives. These are probably the ones that are most prominently affected. Raise reliability, environmental stewardship, 2, 4, and 7. We've talked about those, but also customer satisfaction, our own resource planning, of course, economic development, et cetera, et cetera. It is at the heart, I would say, of a lot of what we do. It's how we do things to achieve the what's that you've asked us to accomplish. So with that, I think this is the last slide before the slide saying that the system management has reviewed these and it'll be up for consideration of board approval on Thursday. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions remaining.
The committee will recommend that this monitoring report be accepted. And what I need to know is, does the board want this to be on the consent agenda, or do you want the opportunity to make comments in the board meeting on Thursday?
I would prefer to have the opportunity to make comments on the discussion agenda.
Okay. Mo, if you'll put that on the agenda. I think we can move on to Mr. Vai to talk about I think he has two items on the agenda. So.
Yes, very good. Let me put my camera on here. I kind of forgot to do that. All right, I thought I might go ahead and give a little update of the restoration that's going on real quick before I jump into these, if that's okay.
That's fine, thank you.
For context, I wanted to share that the front that moved through yesterday resulted in significant outages in Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois. So pretty widespread. Utilities in those states are still requesting help due to the extent of damage that they've seen in their system. We're currently leveraging additional help from L.E. Myers, Watts Electric, Lincoln Electric System, Loop Power, and Cummings County in our restoration efforts. Very good collaboration when we reached out. Folks stepped forward, so that was fantastic. The rest of our neighbors are either working on their own restorations or have transitioned to Iowa, where there's actually hundreds of thousands of outages that are being worked through. At the start of the outage, we had 57,000. We're currently down to about 2,000. That's pretty impressive in the short period of time. Huge accomplishment by those working in the field, centers and operations. Just some really good collaboration taking place there. Customer groups helping too with our, wires down and some of those efforts. So all hands on deck, and I'm very proud of the engagement that's taking place. And I thought I'd throw in a shameless plug here. Reports from the field is that the tree trimming programs that we've done has really kind of made a difference in reducing some of the outages because of the winds. So I think we would have seen a lot more damage to our system, significant damage, had we not been focused on the tree trimming, over the past year and a half now. And with that,
Troy, I just want to say that tree trimming has not stopped because of the of the COVID. It's continued. I see the crews out. So kudos to your team for powering through the COVID.
Yeah, it's not just the tree trimming, but you know, the work on our systems, the system enhancements, all that work continues just like planned, and so we're getting a lot of that done to help harden our system and provide a better service to our customers. So thank you for that. The first item here is the auto transformer. I think we have a picture of it here. If we want to move to that next slide, it's the largest transformers that we have in our system. We have about 10 of those. This is a multi-year contract that will support kind of our asset management needs and future customer expansions, you know, as needed. Right away, we want to purchase a new transformer to replace an existing one that was purchased in 1972. It's performed very well, but we're starting to see as we do our inspections that it's nearing its end of life, so we'll want to replace that pretty readily. We inspect those large transformers quite frequently to make sure that they are reliable. That initial transformer, once executed, would be delivered in the second half of 2021. These are big pieces of equipment with long lead times, so we have to get ahead of the replacement cycle for that need. This particular contract allows OPPD the option to exercise extensions of the contract for 4 additional one-year terms. So, you know, if we see that we need to replace another one in our system, if we have some large expansion that takes place, it allows us to meet that need pretty readily. I will say these contracts are tied to indexes that the price adjusts over time based on commodity prices as they fluctuate. We received 4 proposals. All 4 were deemed legally responsive. However, we had issues in the technical evaluations for all of those. 2 proposals were not evaluated basically due to their cost, not evaluated further due to their cost. We felt like the value of those or the cost of those were excessive. The 2 lower cost proposals were deemed technically non-responsive due to some minor things that we think we can kind of work through. Some of those are related to timing of delivery, as well as some technical specs about, for instance, like where the radiator is located and mounted on the transformer. So we've had discussions on transformers in the past after this and had really good results from those additional discussions when we've been in these situations. We are familiar with all these providers in this space. We've done business with them over the years, so we feel comfortable further negotiations to get to where we need to get. Negotiations would begin immediately following the board approval, and we would expect, you know, delivery around October of 2021 for the first transformer. So because of the technical issues that I just discussed, we're asking the board to reject the bids based upon that information and to allow us to have direct negotiations to enter into a contract. And with that being said, I'd open it up for any questions you might have.
Yeah, Troy, this is Steve Bruckner. If I may, I'll just make a comment on the request that is set out in this proposed resolution. This type of situation does not arise very often, but it is one that's directly covered by the applicable sealed bidding statute, section 7637. And as you can see, it's outlined in this resolution. The board is authorized to reject all bids and authorize negotiation when the bids are either non-responsive to the RFP or, as Mr. Vi just outlined, they are in excess of the fair market value for the particular work. So while you may not have, some of you may not have seen this before, it does occur from time to time, and we're fortunate that we have a very flexible procurement statute that allows this type of process to occur so that we can keep moving forward with the procurement of this auto transformer. Thank you.
I don't see any hand raised. Are there any questions from any board members?
So from a logistics perspective, the contract would be negotiated and then it would be presented back as an over $500,000 in a future meeting. Is that right?
It is not presented back. We're looking for that approval to go ahead and negotiate and execute as we would purchase these, though they would show up on that list that you just discussed, the over 500,000.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I guess I wasn't expecting a future re-vote or approval, but there would be a notification as this comes up as an expense in the future.
Yeah, you'd see it. You would see it on that report that we post. That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Troy, I think that we'll put this on the consent agenda then. Oh, Anne, did you have something?
I just have one question about these large transformers. Do we have any spares of these, or do we just have spares for lesser size transformers? I'm thinking in relationship to outages and that type of thing, if we would blow a transformer during one of these big storms. If you could extend the spare system.
That is a great question. Yes, we do have spares readily available for these particular pieces of equipment. We have a pretty in-depth sparing program where we look at age and failure rates and criticality and ensure that we have the appropriate replacements on site if we were to need them, and we do have replacements for these particular transformers. So one of the options if timelines were to slip is we could use one of those replacements or spare transformers for this replacement. So yeah, we're setting pretty well in that space.
Okay, great, thanks. Did we lose any transformers yesterday?
Not that I'm aware of. I think we've seen more overhead damage, fusing, things of that nature, poles broken from trees, that type of activity. I'm not aware of any issues at our substations.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, we'll have that on the consent agenda. The next item is yours as well, Troy, about transmission construction.
Yes, so this is a service contract for multiple transmission projects that we need to execute. We need a third party to help us with this, just due to the fact that we have a lot of other system upgrades and expansion work that's taking place in the area. So we need additional work to be able to execute these in a timely manner. This contract will cover the installation of new fiber optic ground wire to support our F&E project, our fiber network expansion project that we've talked about several times here at the committee. It's a multi-year effort. Our telecom companies are sunsetting the lease circuits that we've been using. These circuits allow us to really see what's going on our system and to dispatch our system. So it's a really important piece of our operational data and capability. There's also a 1.4 mile relocation of a 69 kV line for NDOT road project that's taken place. And there's 17 345 kV structure replacements that have been identified during field inspections that we need to replace to ensure that we continue to have strong structures in place to hold. 345 is a major artery for us, so we need to make sure that we have good, strong structures in place for that. And as we looked at these, we packaged them all together due to the fact that we get much better bids when we package work in this way instead of bidding each one of those off on their own merit. We did have 6 total proposals, and all 6 were deemed legally and technically responsive, which we love to see. Mm-hmm. When we looked at the economic evaluation, Higher Power Electrical's proposal was deemed the lowest and best bid. They are a entity based out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We have not used Higher Power before for work. Due to that, we reached out to several references they had. We heard good things about their ability to execute work and the quality of the work. And so, and their ability to meet timelines, and to do that, sometimes they have to bring in extra workforce. And so, we learned some good things about the entity when we went out to the market, or went out to the references. The cost estimates, the engineer's estimate was higher, so we were pleasantly surprised to see a couple of really competitive bids come in on this RFP. as we kind of think about that, it's probably reflective of some of the downturn in transmission construction that's taking place in the region. Some companies, I think Javier had mentioned this earlier, are in different financial circumstances than we are, and so they've reduced some of the maintenance work and some of the expansion work that they may have had. So based on the legal and technical and economic evaluations, we're recommending that we move forward with higher power electrical to perform the work that I just discussed. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Troy. It's good to hear that the bids come in lower than the engineer's estimate. It's good, nice to hear. Secondly, I guess is, did you consider using staffing for that, current staff, or even hiring additional staff? Or is that something that's always factored into any of these types of contracts?
Yeah, so we try to look to maintain staff, based on kind of a base load amount of work that takes place in the service system here. We have discussions on, what does it take to maintain the reliability and the resiliency. I don't know if I've brought this up, but we've basically tripled the amount of reliability related work that we're doing, in our service territory. So our folks are super busy. We also are seeing large economic development activities taking place, new commercial industrial customers coming in, new subdivision growth. We've got a ton of road projects taking place in the Omaha area. So, our folks are pretty busy trying to manage all of those. We're working weekends and overtime pretty significantly to help maintain the time frame and the needs that our customers have. So, those conversations took place when we looked at this, and we really need the outside help to be able to execute.
Okay, thank you.
Anne, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Troy. I appreciate the your explanation that you did get some extra references since it's a higher power is a new contractor for us. Considering that it is a new contractor, are we going to have any additional supervisors just overlooking the area, them and everything? And are they going to be bringing in their own people, or are they going to try to hire locally?
I'm not sure of the answer. Danny's I think on the call. He might be able to answer about where the people are coming from. I will say that any contractor that we hire, we're readily engaged with the work that they're doing. We have weekly discussions between either, managers. John Buckley's group, for instance, spends a lot of time having conversations, looking at milestones, reviewing the quality of the work that's being done to make sure that that we're meeting the schedules and the needs that we have. So there's a lot of coordination and kind of collaboration that takes place when we bring in a vendor from the outside. We don't just turn them loose and let them go. And most of these particular items, if I think about the fiber network work that's taking place, the 69 kV, there has to be really tight coordination because of outages that have to be taken to ensure that circuits are switched out and that folks are able to perform the work safely.
Yeah, Troy, this is Danny Belt. Thank you, Director McGuire. Yeah, the one, for any of these types of transmission construction projects, we're going to have a full-time construction inspector on site, and that'll be the case with this project as well. So regardless of whether it's a new supplier or one that we're even familiar with, there is a lot of coordination related to the material aspects, the outage coordinations, things that Troy just mentioned. So full-time inspector will be on site, and if we need any supplemental resources, we'll pull those out of some of our office staff as well, in case there's multiple outages going on at any given time.
Okay, thanks, Danny.
Welcome.
If there are no further questions, this will also be on the consent agenda. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mary for an update on the decommissioning.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. I'm pleased to report that we are continuing to monitor our independent spent fuel storage installation. for the safe and dry cast storage monitoring. Always before I've had to stay in our pool, so it's been great to have that transition occur this summer, and the team is responding really well. And I might just note that part of the nuclear oversight review that I was going to give later is really associated with this. And we went out and did a management directed assessment just to ensure that as we moved from that safe evolution from pool to pad, that we implemented all of the correct security and process and procedures. And as they went out and did this directed assessment, which is management asking our nuclear oversight team to go out and evaluate how we've performed, they did report that it is implemented with the NRC approved security plans, regulatory requirements, and any other applicable requirements and orders. So they're doing that well. And the other thing that I might mention is that it provides, they determined that the production plan provides assurance consistent with the regulations of 10 CFR Part 73, which is a new part for us as part of that ISFC, or excuse me, existing part of that ISFC, and that activities involving nuclear fuel and high-level radioactive waste do not constitute unreasonable risk to health and public safety. And the assessment identified 5 deficiencies which we are in the process of remedying. I might also note that later this month we will have an inspection coming in from the NRC in terms of looking at how we've managed that process. And so that was critical for us to get that done with our Nuclear Oversight Committee before the NRC comes in to inspect us. Other items to report, the station did and was able to work with Javier and his group in supply chain management to sell the diesel generators at the facility that were used for backup power. They have been sold and they have also been removed from the site. That's a real plus for everybody in the nuclear industry because we're able to reutilize equipment that is pretty pricey given the nuclear credentials that it holds. And so they're now available for use in the overall industry, and that's a good thing, not only for us, but for the industry. Critical path for the decommissioning plant, now that we are done with fuel to pad, is the reactor internal vessel component segmentation. That's cutting up the reactor vessel as it is a highly radioactive component. It will go into a cask and will eventually go out onto that pad as well, waiting for the DOE to pick it up. We've hired a specialty contractor to do that. It's done with robotics, and they are going through the engineering, design, planning, and execution of this task as we speak. This is led by our on-site workforce, so that's good to hear as well. We have segregated some of the work between us and Energy Solutions, but this is one that we are doing. And it's just an example of our on-site effort to remove equipment as necessary to make space and to really get towards the actual deconstruction of the facilities. In parallel with all of that work, we're also putting in the final transition to ready the systems and structures for deconstruction. And that is really around removing all electrical sources going into and out of the buildings. We do that specifically because we want to hook everything up independently and know exactly where it's going. We don't want anybody cutting into a cable and finding out that it's a live cable when it was supposed to be dead. So we cut all the power, and then we rerun cables that are specifically identified as going to specific pieces of equipment in order to keep us safe at that facility. The goal is to have that done yet this year and to start demolition of selected structures early in 2021. And that concludes my report. Pending questions.
Mary, pardon me if you said this and I just didn't listen closely enough. Under the first bullet, when you talk about the diesel generators being removed, the last statement is the units are now available for use by the generation industry.
So they do have a pedigree on those units. They've been operated and maintained as nuclear equipment. And so what that means is that they're able to be reused within the nuclear industry. So instead of the industry having to go out and build new ones and source all of that, these are out there and available for the industry use. And that, as I said, is critically important for us in the industry to be able to do that. We're a pretty tight-knit community in the nuclear side as we are in the fossil side, where we share resources. This is just another resource that we are able to share going forward with all the pedigrees so that the nuclear industry can reuse this equipment.
Gotcha. And so that'll ultimately just be a higher price when we sell it. Is that what that means?
Yes, they're extremely high. So yes, this is a good deal overall for the industry, not just for us.
Thank you, Mary, and congratulations to the team up at Fort Calhoun on successful. I hope they get to have a little bit of fun watching that robotics kind of stuff. It sounds intriguing, so I hope that they get some enjoyment out of that. So thank you. That, I believe, ends.
I have one question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, this segmentation of the reactor vessel head is a big thing, by the way, since it is so highly radioactive, and I appreciate the fact that you're bringing in a specialized team for that. Where else on the timeline are you for the other deconstruction of the other highly radioactive components, i.e. steam generator?
So all of those components are what we call large legacy components, or the ones that are internal now. They'll be done in terms of going forward with the rest of the reactor vessels internals. But the ones that we have that are legacy components are being disposed of over a period of time. And so we continue to work with Energy Solutions on schedules to do that. So the ones internal will be done as part of the reactor vessel internals segmentation. The ones that we have from legacy storage will be taken care of shortly.
Great, thank you. And congratulations, I see that you're on budget.
We're on budget and we're on schedule. So thank you for that, Director.
That is amazing. Not many people doing this are on budget and on schedule. So kudos to your entire group out there.
Thank you. They're a great team, and I really appreciate the work that they do every day. And thank you for your words also, Director Malhoff. I appreciate it.
Okay, are there any other questions? Thanks again, and I believe that ends the Systems and Nuclear Oversight Committee report.
That does indeed. Thanks, Director Malhoff. Great job to everybody involved. Those are some good conversations, and I appreciate everyone's willingness to engage, especially in that SD9 conversation. I think those are fruitful and important for us to have. Okay, we are up on lunch break. So I have 12:24, so we're for the most part right on schedule. So we are going to take a break, and we will reconvene promptly at 1 p.m. with the Public Information Committee. Have a good break, everybody.
Brent, can you hear me?
Yes, Mo, you sound good.
Thank you.
Of course.
I don't know what happened. I was talking to Steve Bruckner. I was talking to Craig. I was talking to a whole bunch of people and no one was responding. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. And I didn't do anything. Like I just went around into my camera right now and I just plugged and unplugged it and okay. Thank you.
Yep. Of course.
Hey, Mo, can you hear me?
Hi, Director Gay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I got you on my phone, not my computer. I'm getting some feedback apparently. So I went over the phone. So. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Mo. I'm back. This is Ann.
Hi, Ann. I see Janice. Hey, Ann, your mic's still open if you want to mute it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes to both.
Hopefully it'll be good enough through the next section.
Yes. Rick, I was thinking for the legislative resolution, I would step out of PowerPoint and bring up the Word document.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, do we have everybody we need? It's 1 o'clock. Let me just do a quick grid view here. Denise. 1, 6, 7. Okay. Hope everybody had a great lunch. We are on to public information. So Director Yoder, I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
Sure. I did have, got to go outside, got to stand up. So we met on August 4th. It was a good and very productive meeting, I felt. One of the outputs from that is a draft version of a legislative resolution to provide greater clarity, context, avoid any confusion and needlessness in the board's direction on BL9, delegation to the presidents and CEO of local, state, and federal legislation. There were a few items discussed. I've sent that, I've sent that out. Mo posted it to Diligent, and part of our discussion following this chair report will be to solicit feedback from other members of the board and to determine if we will choose to put it up on Thursday's, the legislative resolution up on, for Thursday's board for consideration and adoption, or whether it needs to go back to the PI committee for further working. So that said, we'll take that up after this brief little report out. Legislative and regulatory update, pretty much going to be silent on that. It was abbreviated in the PI committee time. And so I'm going to definitely give Lisa and her team time to move through that, of course, in a rapid fashion. We're almost done with the session, and there have been some activities. And so if you have specific items you want to talk about, feel free to highlight those, but I'm looking forward to hearing from Lisa and her team on that, along with the rest of you. Customer trends update. I actually wanted to spend just a little bit of time to share with you the conversation that I instigated in customer trends update. So we're going to get some information from VP Comstock today. Due to the narrowness of time from the end of the month and the earliness of time that we have here for our meeting in this month, some of those trends were not available during the PI committee. But what I posed was I had shared through Diligent the NASUCA, the National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates, resolution on uniform statistical data on arrearages, shutoffs, and so forth. Their attempt is to get a national uniform statistical data set so that utilities can compare their performance to other utilities. And we had a nice discussion about that, quite honestly. I thought I got to learn a little more history about what OPPD had done in the past. And Ms. Comstock, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the long and the short of it was that the larger data set did not provide actionable, what was a cost for that information, and did not provide actionable information for internal decision making at OPPD. So fair. Let's not do the work that doesn't provide us any measurable benefit. The flip side of that, and what I posed was that this information, especially from a public utility, may be of interest to outside parties who are interested in comparing utilities to each other, and being interested in seeing that performance both locally or regionally or nationally. So I'm not pushing that any farther or any faster. I'm just sharing with you the discussion that we had. Certainly, I appreciate the value of just investing in the information that management needs to perform and provide a great great management of their programs, their customer programs, and I think that's been done. This was merely an alert to the opportunity to provide another measure by which board members and this public agency can compare itself to other agencies. So to be clear, I'm not pushing that any further, and I don't think that was I heard anything different from the other members of the committee. They heard what was said, and they all think that we're doing a great job right now, Ms. Comstock and her team. Then we had a brief customer engagement report about changes coming that were already referenced earlier this morning, the plan for that and the plan for customer engagement, and I'm thankful for that. Looks like things are coming together, but not yet ready for sharing. So that is what we discussed on August 4th. Other members of the committee, would you like to add your comments? I'm looking for hands. I don't see hands. And I can't see faces at this point, but I'm looking now. Don't see any. Buddy saying I've got to talk. Okay, so let's move into the discussion about the legislative resolution. I did share a couple of bullets. Yeah, let's go ahead. Oh, Mo is changing so that we have the document to work in front of us as we talk about it. I think I did a fair job alerting other board members to their need to review this document so that we could talk about it today. And I don't know that I need any more prep than that. Again, this is to provide clarification about board's positions on issues that are pending or always pending, and may not, in a position that may not be clear in the BL9 or from looking at other SDs. Really got to give a shout out and a thanks to Lisa's team for working on this as well. They went through and looked at all of the existing SDs and identified where there might be some opportunities for clarification. So really, this wouldn't be here today without their help. And I guess the process I would ask for here is if anyone has any comments about a particular bullet or position, to let us know. The end result, once again, the objective for this discussion is to find out if it needs to go back into committee for rework about any particular topics, or if it is suitable for action on Thursday night. And speaking, Mr. Moody.
Yeah, just so I do have a couple of questions on a couple of bullets, but before we get in, and I'm reflecting back on when this conversation started when I was on PI last year.
Correct.
Is the intent to sort of memorialize our positions that are pretty obvious in some cases, and or is it also to clarify those that perhaps aren't? So in other words, some of our positions, I think legislatively, are going to be no surprise to anyone publicly or any state legislators that we're dealing with. Is part of our intent here is to sort of memorialize that, in addition to, you know, perhaps providing more clarity on net metering as an example, which is where there's more fluctuation.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the answer is yes. The simple answer is yes. The intent. I will share one of the comments that came up within committee was whether we had actually put in too many bullets. So I'm open to the suggestion that if it's so clear, maybe we don't need it in the document. Mm-hmm. And the tension there is that, and why we would put it in is that the board should double down when it is something that comes up often, and that the board says specifically, yeah, we've delegated that authority, but hey, don't mess around with this. We want this always to be true.
Right. Okay.
Is someone clearing their throat to speak on that topic?
I would speak on that. On that topic specifically, no, I don't have anything.
Okay.
Looks like Ann's got something. Yeah, go ahead, Ann.
I have one thing that I think that what we did discuss is that it's important to note that this resolution is not a rider to the strategic directives. And I think this is where the trickiness to this entire resolution is, that we have an understanding that, well, okay, as we look forward to, the idea is that this is supposed to be, as we look forward, we might review this every year as we look forward to what the legislative things are happening in this next year, okay? And to help guide management, but at the same time, give them the flexibility to work with this legislature, knowing that, you know, a lot of times, you know, all this legislation change and everything. We cannot be so inflexible that we, you know, that we don't provide, we have to provide them the flexibility. This is not a rider to the strategic directives. We should not be writing, if that's so, then we should be writing the strategic directive about it, not a resolution about it. And this is where the trickiness comes in, and this is where we need management to give us feedback on how they feel about this whenever we write these specific things. And I think we did that fairly well as we went through all of these bullet points. Management did come give us a good give and take on this and how what they felt about it, and no, we need more flexibility here versus not.
And let me double down on that. I think we to management's team. Anything else on this kind of context setting? Framing the document? Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, great. I think to Ann's comment, I would also see this document being an outward-facing document that maybe our state lawmakers would look to see what the agenda should be. It's almost, you know, we need to help shape the market related to advancing the electric utility, and what legislation would help us do that. So is that part of the intent of having, and I agree with a written resolution that's like an annually updated type of process. Is that the intent?
Again, I think it's part of the signaling of what the board supports, yes. So I think maybe that's a nuance I didn't express, but within the larger topic of board intent or board's standing on issues, yes.
I've got something, Rick.
So is this new or kind of still in the framing? Mike?
No, what I wanted to point out was there's a couple things to consider. It can go from support to neutral to opposing a piece of legislation in a matter of minutes, depending upon amendments and so forth, and how it takes out. Second thing is the longer we make this resolution, the more encompassing it is. There's a greater chance we're going to come up with our folks in Lincoln are going to feel a conflict, I guess. We could have one piece of legislation that we support on one side and oppose it on another based upon this resolution. So we have to be awfully careful how we word this and that we don't make it overly broad. And, you know, I went along as a member of this committee because it's appeared to be the wishes of the board to have something like this, but I really have my concerns whether this is going to be of any benefit or if it will be just a hindrance and problems for our management team.
Director Moody, are you trying to weigh in at this point?
Yeah, I mean, so I think that's a fair comment, Mike, and flexible. I mean, you're 100% right. The pace in Lincoln is certainly rapid. I guess going back to where this conversation started, if I remember correctly, the idea, I don't know that it was germinated by the board or Lisa, your team, but I think, you know, where we kind of tumbled to was, hey, this is an opportunity to add clarity. It's not you know, the strategic directives do a good job of that already, but they're not in the weeds. And so I guess I'd really like to hear your perspective, Lisa, on whether or not we're achieving that clarity that we had talked about 6 months ago.
Yeah. Greatly appreciate that, Chair Moody and Chairman Yoder on this. It was interesting because this did start doing some analysis of what other utilities are doing and so forth. And so the team did a deep dive and benchmarking, and some utilities had them and some did not. I would say the majority did not have them because of the flexibility. MPPD does have a resolution and they update that yearly, but it is much shorter. So it did start out shorter and then it did expand through the conversations. And then what we did was we overlaid it again with the strategic directives and so forth. So it has evolved in that regard. So from our benchmarking, it did not say that, you know, it was totally up to senior management and the board of how we wanted to proceed with that. I will tell you, the items that are in here, these are conversations that we have with the senators and commissioners and so forth. And when they're not in session, we do one-on-ones with them to go through our SDs and to let them know what's going on with the business and so forth. With that being said, so, and Board Member Kavanaugh is correct as well. Things change and there may be one bill that we are supporting, the other ones that we're neutral and so forth. And it moves very quickly because there's items of language that we like in one, but not in another. So there isn't a clear answer to this.
So, thank you very much, VP Olson. And I think what you've just done is reinforce two things. One, how we've worked together on this. So, and thank you for all the hard work that you've done. And two, to Director McGuire's comment, and also that we heard in committee, this should be a helpful document. It should not be a to your staff. So framing and filtering and context, are we good? Does anyone else want to speak to that?
The only other thing I want to mention is that we don't expect a report back on this resolution. We expect reports back on the SDs. And, you know, again, this is not a directive and we do not expect a report on how they performed on this resolution. That's not what we want. Again, to give, not to overburden the legislative team on this, this is to be a help and a guidance. And I hope that management will come back and if it is becoming more of a burden to come and mention that. You know, but I don't, hopefully the way we've worded this, that it's not.
Thank you, Director McGuire. Anyone else on this point?
Yeah,
go ahead.
This is Tim. Not to belabor the point, these are all good. I think Craig said, you know, is this memorializing what we believe in? Yeah, it's kind of that, but I also agree with Director McGuire Kavanaugh about, you know, things change quickly and we only get so many asks. Our reservoir of goodwill with the senators is so deep and you have to use that. Like for instance, we have eminent domain, taxes, environmental studies, net metering. I mean, if you support everything, you support nothing. So I would agree how we use this is super important. And I love the question that Craig asked. You know, I guess I still don't get that. Does this add more clarity for us or not? And I didn't get a yes or no on that, and I just kind of wondered what it is. And then one more thing, I thought we said during the committee we were going to lay this over for a month and let the public view it and add comments.
Thank you. Yes. I spoke in error, and thank you for correcting me. That is correct.
Yeah, Director Gay, Chairman Moody asked me this in our one-on-one this week about whether or not this provided any more clarity on kind of our focus on legislative activity. I said not really, because I think it's all of these are kind of based on SD kind of commitments and the strategic directives. And so I understand while there may be a desire to have this resolution to kind of say what we are kind of focused on and what our principles are. To me, it really, the issues are never about, whether this provides clarity. The issues are what happens when one of these supports conflicts with an opposed, and then how do we deal with that? And that becomes just the discussion we had on some legislation this year, where we're in a monitor position on one, but the reason why we're monitoring not support is because it had elements in there that would conflict with some of these elements that we would support, and so that becomes the finer point of this. But I answered it and said I really don't think this provides any more clarity than I think our team was moving forward to, because it really kind of goes back to this SD piece. If the board believes this is valuable to them in that clarity, then great. We'll still take these pieces and lock it in with strategic directives just to make sure we're thinking broadly about legislations in our opposing, monitoring, and supporting. So I just wanted to share my conversation with Chairman Moody on this topic anyway. And I know the team's put a lot of work on it and evaluated and wording around it, and certainly appreciate that. But I thought I'd just share my thoughts.
Thank you. So framing, context, and use. At that meta level that still needs to be discussed.
I have one other thing to add, and this might be a little bit, in a way, it's a political tool for the directors. It sort of states politically what the directors feel. And, I don't know if that's good or bad. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So I'm very good. So Denise, you've been very patient, and thank you. I appreciate that. What was your comment?
So first, I just want to thank Rick and the PI committee for working on this resolution. I do think it's something that's important. I think it's important that the board be engaged in this process. So I just would like today to invite discussion among the board members to see if there's a support for including APPA language into this resolution that supports action to address climate change on an economy-wide basis that sets clear targets and provides maximum flexibility to covered entities. And that's a direct statement from APPA. And the reason I brought this up is because I feel like this language in the resolution would support all the great work that OPPD is doing on decarbonization, on power with purpose, and on our strategic vision 2050. And further, climate change is going to have a profound impact on OPPD's business, increasing risks and threats to infrastructure and from extreme weather events and pandemics and shifting load patterns. And so I think that it would behoove us to be communicating with our legislators at both the state and federal level that we understand climate science and expect their support to address the impact of climate change on infrastructure and operations and costs to our customers from these kinds of events. And I just would invite discussion on whether, because I believe that if we don't talk about climate change, if we don't say why we want to, what the net effect of protecting the environment and decreasing greenhouse gas emissions will be, whether we do or do not achieve those things, will be the future of our planet and our world and our population. So I just wanted to bring that up for discussion today and ask that the board and then the committee consider the addressing climate change in this resolution.
And I shared with Director Molhoff, there's kind of two sentences part of that APPA position. She read the one sentence, and then what was added on the APPA position is that it must also be crafted in a manner that allows the electric sector to reduce CO2 emissions while maintaining a reliable grid and affordable retail rates. And so I think that is probably a more encompassing position around that. And I know there's several in this resolution, there's several elements to that, but I think those two need to be, that's the full APPA position around climate change.
I think the climate change issue should probably be addressed on the federal level. Let APPA worry about it.
But this document is a guiding tool for OPPD positions both at the state and the federal level, correct, Rick?
Correct. It's not any one spot, one level over another.
So in kind of echoing Janice's point, I think that APPA has done a good job of outlining the position here on a topic, and it is not overly specific to an individual policy or tool, but more broadly expressing kind of a general position on a topic that is relevant to both current electric generation and the impacts we would face both at reduction of emissions and at the necessary mitigation in the future. Was this something that was discussed in the committee or something in this area discussed in the committee already? Or, and then I guess if not, do you have an idea of how this might be considered? Is this something that could be included as an additional bullet prior to this document being posted for some public comment, and then we could reconsider next month? Is that kind of a relevant process here, or what do you think might be the way that that would move forward?
Yeah, having messed up on describing the process earlier, I encourage people to watch me on this one. It can go back to PI committee. These are our two options. Go back to PI committee to see how both board members of the PI committee and staff would judge or review that language. And then it would come back to full committee next month for another discussion. Does the board generally support it or not? And at that point would go out until the next month's meeting for public comment. And at that time, in this path, then we would determine whether it's suitable for board consideration or not. The other thing, I guess that's the path that I would see if we choose to discuss it. We can choose not to discuss it, I guess, depending on what the comments are. I am okay with adding more, but I'm increasingly concerned about the weight of too many bullets. And so, zero sum, I'd say maybe we should get rid of some of these. If we start adding that. I am also concerned what I'm hearing from CEO Burke, that would not provide the clarity that we think it's supposed to be providing. So these are some of my concerns. I'm not talking about the language you mentioned specifically, Director Mulhoff. I just meant overall. So let me see if there are other comments. Director Gay, is your hand up again, or have you had your say?
Yes. This response to Director Mulhoff's comments, you know, I'm looking at one right here on our screen about the responsibility to protect the environment, providing greenhouse gases, et cetera. I think throughout this document, and I agree with what you just, Director Yoder, if we're going to add more, we should take more out or do something, because I thought it felt too wordy as is. The more you add, the more conflicts you're going to have on your as you go forward, because some of these things, as Tim mentioned, just don't work together well. And you need, I'd rather keep this more specific to our opportunities, and actions always speak louder than words. And our actions have been over the years pretty obvious to everybody, I think. To me, that's what makes a difference. This is, like Craig says, where we just memorializing what we believe in, yeah. But I think this makes it a little harder to implement for our folks that need flexibility the more we add. So if we're going to add, I'd like to take away on some too. So I don't think it's ready for prime time now. That's my comments.
Yeah, Rick, I'd like to echo that too. The fifth bullet down, the first sentence, I think, clearly covers the issue raised by Eric.
Okay. Well, so here's what I'm hearing. Last opportunity to comment on legislative resolution.
So, sorry, Craig, you have your hand up.
Go ahead.
I think it was a tie.
All right. So as we look forward, we talked about whether or not this is an efficient tool, and I think that we have been kind of reactive to things in the past, particularly last year related to net metering and somewhat on 283 related to climate change. And so I guess my preference would be that we are more proactive at discussing topics that we strongly expect will be covered in an upcoming legislative discussion at the state or federal level, so that we can identify, rather than waiting for this to come to us and having to do an email discussion or pre-committee and committee and board meeting discussion on these topics, if we can identify some things such as support for net metering that balances customer and utility interests, or whatever the bullet point says there, highlighting the economically efficient means for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, if we can address some of these things proactively, I think that's going to save us some time from in board meetings having to be responsive to legislative bills that we pretty strongly expect are going to be of interest at either the state or the federal level. So I would be inclined to say, let's see how this works. If it turns out that this is making things more, not less complicated, then I think we should reevaluate it next year. But I would be interested to see moving something like this forward and see if it does turn out to be helpful to reduce the amount of time that we otherwise would need to spend or might feel that we should spend on this topic.
And by that, do you mean as is out into public comment, or do you mean let's not lose the charge here, and it can go back to PI?
I mean, I'd be interested to hear public comment on this as well. There are a lot of bullet points. If we feel that there is a desire to streamline the number of bullet points, or maybe identify where topics could be combined and generally simplified, as a couple have mentioned, I think some input from the public might help us to understand some of that. And since we haven't had that opportunity yet, I think that would help us to then determine steps forward. Either does the committee need to work on this again, or maybe the public says, this is perfect, you nailed it. You know, and we can decide from there what type of next step would be appropriate, either within PI or at the full board.
Thank you. Director Moody?
I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I went to my wife's closet and grabbed a red scarf. Because I want to attempt to red team it a little bit.
I wore a red tie today.
Yeah, I mean, let's just go ahead and do the whole thing. I think So I'm really mindful of the conversation that you and I had, Tim, and the fact that you don't see any value add here. And that's loss aversion bias. So I don't want to just continue to charge forward because we've already invested a bunch of time in it. Now, with that said, if there's more conversation that is worthwhile for us to really suss that out and make that determination, that's worthwhile, and I think we should have those conversations. But the last thing I want to do is create a bunch of new stuff that we got to review every year if it's not helping anyone. Now, flipping this a little bit, I did have a conversation with Eric Douglas quite a while ago about the fact that this particular BL, I mean, this was last August. We're still working on something that came up in our August workshop last year. And he said, the other thing that you can do is you can actually start sending board members with the legislative team to meet with senators. I don't think that's a good idea. The point being is that we just need to figure out where's the right place for us in this entire process, so that the legislative team can do their job and do it well, and so that we as a board can provide them the right direction. It's clear to me that this needs to go back to PI. It doesn't necessarily have to happen now. If we decide that we've got something that's ready for at least some public review, that's fine. I can't help but wonder if there are at least a couple senators that we wouldn't mind tapping on the shoulder and saying, hey, I mean, is this something that, how would you respond to this if it was out in the public? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's not ready. I think it perhaps is too long, and I think I don't want to charge forward if we can't figure out that it's really going to add us value over the long term. All right, taking my scarf off now.
So, yeah, well, and just to follow that, I mean, I again, the point for me was, does this help provide clarity for you, Tim, as a CEO? And it really doesn't, because I live in these SDs all day long as a senior team as we vet out all of these kinds of activities. If it provides clarity to the board, that may be the clarity that the board's looking for, and that's where I would say then maybe this is okay with whatever changes need to be made to it. But this isn't something that I think, as Ann McGuire said, we're going to write a report on about what we did and what we didn't do on these areas or related actions, legislative or regulatory actions. But you'll see that as we bring back what legislation may be and our rationale around it. I think we can refer to a document like this and say, here's the reason why we did that. And it's stated in our legislative resolutions. But the question for me was, does it really increase your clarity and help you? And it doesn't. But again, I live in these STs every single day. And the team does too, as we vet out positions on a number of different things.
So that's what I was going to ask Tim as a follow-up is, you've said that it doesn't help you, but I guess I'm more mindful of the Seth and Tim who are in it day to day, Lisa who are down there. Like, those are the people that I guess I'm really interested in, not as the CEO of the organization, but as people who are doing the work. Those are the ones that I'm really interested in as well, hearing their perspective and whether or not it adds value and helps them.
Yeah. And you heard my comment before that we do sit down with all the senators and staff and go through SDs. In fact, we hand them copies of SD, especially while we're proactively promoting our agenda as well. And so, but I'll defer right there because Seth is on the front lines. And Seth, your comment?
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Realistically, I think whoever we talk to, whatever elected official kind of knows this is where we're going to be at. So they know, just looking at the ones that are on the screen right now, anything that jeopardizes public power model, anything on advanced refunding, that's more of a DC thing. Those kind of things, it's not, this is where we are all the time. And like what Tim Burke said, I'm also living in the SDs on where we are with legislation as well, because that's where I base every piece of legislation that comes out. I'm like, okay, how does this fit into the SDs? How do those SDs then kind of shape and inform our decision on what we're going to be on this particular legislation? And then we look for nuances of where it's going to be. Realistically, we're doing all these things already. if it's memorialized, it's not really going to change much, I don't think. It's just going to be, it'll give us a little bit more clarity, but I don't think it's really going to change what we're doing.
So
hey,
here's,
could I just say one quick?
please
Craig,
do.
Just or not to belabor this, but it's hard right now to deal with these legislators during this COVID, and next year it's not going to change probably. I mean, I'd like to be optimistic, but they've got their hands full trying to reach out to these senators in creative ways. And I know Lisa and Seth and Michaela and Tim are going to tell you, we can do it. But I'm just telling you from firsthand knowledge, it's harder than ever. So let's be very cautious what we're asking them to do. So I'll throw that out.
No, I really appreciate the personal experience you have in your comment, Dr. Gay. I really do. And I'm going to wrap this up, but Director McGuire wants to talk. So
yeah, I just have one other thing. You know, when we were talking about the SDs, when we asked management to do this, what management did is they went back to the SDs, looked at the SDs, and then for us really clarified what they meant by those SDs. So again, we're already working from the SDs. And at this stage, I'm wondering if this is really a necessary document for us or not.
thank you, Director McGuire. I see 3 hands up. Yours was one. Director Moody, I'm guessing you said what you wanted to say, Director Mulhoff?
Yes. So, this question is maybe for Seth, but one of the reasons I made the recommendation that I did was because I think that it's important for our legislative representatives to understand OPPD's commitment to taking action to mitigate the effects of climate change and reduce those risks and those costs to both us and our customers. And does having climate change in this resolution or in your toolbox, does that help you to put forward that agenda where there are some who maybe would push back on that? Is that helpful or not helpful?
Great question. Realistically, whenever I talk with our congressional delegation or any of the state senators down here in Lincoln, I'm always talking about our decarbonization study and how we're looking at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. One of the reasons we supported LB 899 on biofuels was because it had a reduction in it provided for a reduction in fossil fuel in emissions going forward. So climate change has always been, first and foremost in whatever we're talking about, because we're leading as we're going down that way. Like with the ATPA position that you mentioned, they had a climate change resolution that was up this last year that we fully supported. We helped out during and Tim, you may have to help me on this name, CEO Generation and Climate Change something task force. It's a CEO level task force that really looks at all the different environmental climate change issues, and it kind of funnels it down to help out ATPA, and Tim Burke's on that committee as well. So realistically, whenever I'm talking to anyone up there, we're talking about decarbonization, we're talking about climate change going forward. If it's in here or not, I'm still going to be doing that.
And so having climate change somewhere mentioned in this legislative resolution would not detract from your work.
No, but I don't know if it would help either is the other issue, just because when you look at our federal delegation, some are a little bit more amenable to it. Others are like, okay, thanks, Seth. We got it, because of just where they are in the spectrum. Because they've all been briefed on our decarb study and what the path we're going down. They like it, but they don't. My gauge on how some people ask certain things, if they ask questions, they want to be engaged, they want to learn more. If they just say thanks, it's like, okay, we're done.
Sure. Dr. Mulhoff, any follow-up from that?
No, thank you, Seth, for all your work there. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm wrapping this up. What I heard is it going back to PI? And how it worked, recognizing the bias you mentioned, Director Moody, is to be more proactive. There are too many bullets. It has to add value to the conversation. And that value, thank you, CEO Burke, may be for the board more than for the staff. And I just need to internalize those points a little bit. Since this was part of the meeting today, we may get public comment. And we'll listen to that as we work it. So thank you, everybody, for your comments. Thank you for the discussion. It's helpful for me. And I think it's helpful that the full board had the discussion rather than just being in PI. But again, thank you for PI for helping me get to this point, helping us all get to this point. Next point. Ms. Olson, are you and your team available for a legislative update?
We are. It is day 58 of a 60-day session and the last week. So it's been quite interesting. I'd like to thank the government relations team, Tim O'Brien in leadership, Seth, Michaela, Kelly Fleming, and the entire district, because as you know, they're at the federal, the state, and the local level. And in between all of this, we were doing the CARES Act on top of it. So I just want to thank everybody's support and their leadership, because there's been a lot of moving parts all the way along, and especially to senior management of giving us that flexibility and the board. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Tim O'Brien, as I affectionately call him T.O. He's our own Tom Osborne. So Tim O'Brien, have at it.
Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate the great introduction. And I too want to thank my team, Seth, Michaela, and Kelly, and then so many subject matter experts. Just as the debate and discussion that was happening early on BL9, that is exactly what our team faces on a daily basis. The board policy governance document and our quick facts are the only two things I keep on my computer desktop screen to get to quickly, and so those are our guiding documents. So great discussion. Three things for us on the agenda: state, federal, and then a quick update on the CARES Act. So Mo, if you would go to the next one, as Lisa mentioned, we are quite excited, wrapping down the very end of the legislative session. Just a couple days left in the session. I have 3 slides on where bills stand, and I will provide highlights to you. This is the same presentation that was conducted with the Public Information Committee on the 4th of August. So some things have changed, and so I will speak to those changes and then take questions at the end. Mo, if you would go to the next slide, please. So I will speak to the bills that have changed since our last discussion in July. The first one, LB 283, this was a bill that was actually introduced in 2019, and a new amendment was added to the bill this year. There was 3 items related to it that we had question or concern or interest around. One was on easement and eminent domain language, the source of funds, and then just how the climate action plan would be put into place, and perhaps where public power or our entity could have a seat at the table. This bill went for 3 hours of debate just a couple weeks ago. There was a motion to take vote. There was not enough votes to move the bill forward, so the bill remains probably not moving forward, unfortunately, this session. That's where that particular bill stands. LB 720, this bill was moved into, they call it sort of the grand package of property taxes, UNMC's funding for the very large next project, and then 720. It moved into 1107. The bill is debated on general file last Thursday, I believe, and then this morning it passed, I believe, 44, I think 41, 3 against, and then 5 not voting. And so that will come back Thursday for final reading, the last day of the session. We certainly watched that bill very keenly there was a lot of discussion about procedure and process, and so there was certainly full and fair, I think, debate on that particular topic. The next bill is 899. Seth mentioned this earlier around biofuels. It was just mentioned as the legislature reconvened at 1:30 that the governor has signed this bill, and so that will be coming into law very, very shortly. Mo, if you'd go to the next slide, please. There's a few things that have moved here. 923 is on the agenda for final reading. This was a topic that we had lots of updates around pole attachments and the potential tax of pole attachments. What was found is that there was clarification needed for electric cooperatives or membership associations for pole attachments. That's what this bill is seeking to resolve for those entities. And again, it's on final reading, so hopefully they'll get to it late today. Another bill that's on the list is 933. This bill, and this is kind of a nuance on how these things happen towards the end, the components of that moved to LB 632, which is a committee bill from the Natural Resources Committee. This bill is on select file, and it has to do with disconnects, and it's changed a little bit from timing of when disconnects could take place or not, and then also that reasonable costs are recovered for the reconnection process. This bill, Seth Boyles and Julie Comstock have spent quite a bit of time talking with Senator Crawford. Overall, we're comfortable with where the language is on that aspect. So excited to see that work that we've done in that particular bill. Another item that is on final reading is LB 992, and this is related to broadband. We spent a great deal of time on this particular bill that dealt with easement language, and it also has some, I think, helpful components for economic development purposes to further studying and understanding broadband deployment across our state. So that bill is moving forward as well. Let's see, that concludes all of the changes from the state side since our last update of the priority bills that we have been actively tracking. So what we're doing now is when we come back to the Public Information Committee next month is we'll provide a summary of the legislative session, and then we are starting to watch interim studies. So a reminder on interim studies, a senator can submit interest in conducting a study through a committee on any particular topic that they might have interest in. So right now we're tracking to see what ones are coming in. I think our list has 7 or 8 of them. They range from some employment items to some water rights, and then some pandemic and recovery oversight items as well. So we're continuing to watch those. We'll know when they all come in, and we'll provide a report to the Public Information Committee. So that'll be our next step on the state side. I'll pause there if there's any questions. If not, we'll go right to the federal update. Seeing none, Mo, would you go to the next slide, please? The federal update will look quite similar to the last month, and so I will go very quick. This is a slide that has some of the important things that are seeking to be approved in DC, and then the recovery packages that are going on. So there's a lot of different items, including the Transportation Act. There's some things on cybersecurity and defense. We're continuing to monitor all of those, but this is the same slide that's been presented the last couple months. So I'll just jump to the next one unless someone has any questions. Seeing none, we'll go to the next slide, Mo. This next slide comes up for us. We've been using this format from the National Journal the last couple months. I think it does a nice job of the different phases that are happening with the recovery packages. So right now there's a little bit of not a little bit, there's a stalemate around a couple competing packages, and it's between $1 trillion and $3 trillion. And so both sides are negotiating on this. Over the weekend, the president put in some executive orders that would do some payroll tax holidays, student relief, student loan relief, unemployment insurance. There's an eviction moratorium. There's lots of things that are being continued to being discussed, and there are discussions. One thing for us is we're continuing to watch if anything related to our business, and there is potentially some aspects as it relates to utility payments, and so we're watching that part as well, just as we saw the benefits from the CARES Act originally. So we're watching that keenly, and our partners from APPA and LPPC and other utilities are doing the same, and so our whole team, including, and Seth certainly, we have our hands full watching all this and then the things that are happening in Lincoln. Mo, if you would go to the next slide. Just an update on CARES Act. If you have detailed questions on this, Lisa or Julie or Seth may jump in, but things have went extremely well. This has been a huge undertaking with so many folks across the district, and so I want to thank all of them. But we're certainly excited that agreements have been signed. Dollar Energy has applied and been awarded the funds to support customers in need. So that plan and process is in place and ready to deploy those resources to customers that'll need it. And so this is just an amazing product and win from our team, being very keenly aware of the opportunity to act on putting this program in place with our partners at Dollar Energy Fund. With that concludes the prepared remarks for today.
Thank you very much. Ms. Olson, did you have anything more to add?
No, like I said, a lot's going to even happen during the next couple days. So we'll keep you updated as we do with the PI. I text and they're so responsive, so appreciate that, in emails. And then we'll update the rest of the board in DU, or if something comes up right away, we'll let all of you know. But thank you for your support. As you can see, lots of moving parts.
Hey, Rick, I have something.
Okay, Director Kavanaugh.
Yes, hey, Tim, if you're still there. I noticed under the CARES Act, you make mention of the Douglas County set aside $4 million. Still working on the agreement. Is that somewhat dated, isn't it? That's been voted upon and implemented already, hasn't it?
I'm going to talk about that in a moment.
Okay. Yep.
So.
Right, and you stole my transition language, but that's okay.
All right. Okay, that's cool.
So, good work to the team. Thanks for all the hard work you're doing, both with directors in the PI committee here on this legislative resolution, as well as the heavy lifting that gets done over at the unicameral at the federal level. So really good work. Yeah, I did also notice, Director Kavanaugh, the still working on agreement. So yes, this is a great time to transition to Ms. Comstock to help clarify that.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you, Director Yoder, for the time this afternoon to provide an update, not just on the CARES Act, but really a lot of other, I'll say, good news and effort by the customer service, the product team, and others that support the work that we do in order to address what we've been facing with COVID-19 and our customers. And then I'm going to give you some operational data, and then I'm going to go into the statistics. So I don't know if, Mo, you want to go back to the other slide, because I had a couple other things to talk about before we actually get into all the data. So CARES Act was top on my list. We're excited because yesterday Dollar Energy started taking applications on behalf of our customers to administer the funds. So they do have the funds from Douglas County CARES Act Utility Assistance Program, and Douglas County customers can apply for those funds. As of yesterday, they can apply online. They can apply by phone through the 211 number, and they can also apply at going through the website or through one of the agencies. I'm sorry. Dollar Energy collaborates with a variety of different social services agencies in our area, so they can go to the agencies that they're typically working with. And if they're partnered with Dollar Energy, we can get that applications process started for them there. So we're excited about that. The state of Nebraska, we're still working, the Dollar Energy Fund is working with them on the $1 million that was approved to go to our non-Douglas County customers to assist with utility bills related to COVID impacts. And so we're anticipating that those funds will be available for the non-Douglas County customers within the next 2 weeks. So that's good news. We appreciate the work, as I've mentioned, of Seth and of Britt and Gable, who have worked with Douglas County and MUD, the state of Nebraska, and Dollar Energy in order to secure those funds. And we're very appreciative that the state and Douglas County officials have awarded that money to Dollar Energy on behalf of OPPD's customers.
Julie, you mentioned that people can sign up with the normal agencies who provide assistance. Since COVID is causing abnormal consequences to many people, if someone had not previously been working with an agency or never asked for any of those services in the past, you mentioned they can sign up on the website. Do you mean at OPPD.com or Dollar Energy Fund, or if someone
is if they go to OPPD.com, there's a link out to the Dollar Energy site. And there is a website then that's connected to Dollar Energy where they can put in their application electronically. So that's the first time we've had the ability for our customers to apply for energy assistance online. So we're very excited to have that new tool available through Dollar Energy.
And then are we doing proactive outreach to people, or how are people going to, I mean, tracking the approval at Douglas County is a news item, but beyond that, are we sending something in the mail, email? What steps are we taking to alert people who might be eligible that they can now apply?
So we are providing that in there's been a lot of marketing communications all along about reaching out to get assistance. And so the messaging will change and provide information now specific to the CARES Act information. However, we've all along been directing customers to look for energy assistance through the Dollar Energy Fund once we transition to them.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And I was going to talk about this when I was given an update on our field work too. The team did a great job of developing a tag. So when we disconnect a customer now for non-payment, we provide them the information like what the different payment options are, and we also provide them information on the energy assistance that is available to them. So all of that information should be at their fingertips. It's included in our disconnect notices as well, but as we know, sometimes those get set aside. I know my mail at home gets set aside sometimes, so you may not have that readily available. So we designed this tag to make sure that they had the information they needed when they are disconnected.
Director Williams, are you done?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it? Okay, Director McGuire. You're muted, Director McGuire. You're muted.
Do LIHEAP customers qualify for the Dollar Energy Fund or not?
So the Dollar Energy Fund, it depends, I'm going to say. So the CARES Act funding, there has to be an economic impact due to COVID-19. So if you were laid off, so you have an economic impact because of a job loss, so your income has changed, that's what's going to qualify you for the CARES Act funding. So if somebody's on a fixed income and that doesn't change because of COVID, then they wouldn't be able to get the CARES Act funding. If they had a crisis situation that emerged because of COVID-19, from a medical perspective, then there would potentially be emergency type funds available for them, but that's separate from the CARES Act. The CARES Act funding was specific to economic impact.
Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
VP Comstock, if we could, I just think it's come up a couple of times. The shortest URL for this is at www.oppd.com/EAP.
AP.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks your staff for letting us know.
Yes. Okay. So I don't recall if I mentioned, but in conjunction with field collection, so a month ago during our committee meeting or on the day of our committee meeting,
is when we resumed our field collection activities and the potential for a customer to be disconnected in the field. And I just want to commend the whole customer service group, Donna and Miner and her team, who are the folks that are out there in the field. They really coordinated. We had a strong communications program before we got to the field. We were connecting with some of the customers that had the highest debt, trying to work out arrangements, get them to assistance before we even got to the field. And so through that process, we were able to, prior to going to the field, we were able to get 47% of the customers were able to make a payment towards their account. So that was a really successful effort before we were physically out there collecting. The sentiment has been decent. I stopped out to see our field collectors after they'd been at it for a week or two, and they shared that, you know, customers are never excited to see a field collector. But at the same time, they're understanding of OPPD being there and that, you know, service gets interrupted. And I think people also understand, as I've mentioned before, sometimes it's counterintuitive that the disconnection process actually opens up access then to fundings that may be available through different agencies. So I talked about the new tag that was implemented. Our field staff has been given additional tools and conversation topics relative to energy assistance and energy efficiency. And they said that they felt that the interactions with the customers this year in the field are better than they've ever been. So that was good news to hear from the folks that, in my mind, have one of the hardest jobs that we have at OPPD, which is to interrupt a customer's essential service of electricity. So I do want to recognize the great work that they're doing. Maybe one of the things that our contact center had noted, the leads, we have some fairly high dollar amounts, as I've mentioned before, on some of these residential customer accounts, and amounts that I would say typically when we got to that level, we rarely were, you know, we were struggling to get money from the customer. And what we're seeing this time is that the customers are coming up with some of these very large dollar amounts. And so that leads us to believe that, kind of going back to the comments we've shared before, people prioritize where they're spending. They may have gotten the stimulus money, they may have gotten extra funds through different, you know, different funding pools, but they were holding it until they absolutely had to pay OPPD. So we're glad to see that that's working out in some of those really high dollar amounts. And the team has just done a fabulous job of, you know, following back up with some customers. We've had some, you know, certain medical situations that we've been able to get people connected and get addressed through some energy assistance funds, and working with folks when the heat has turned back on. So we've been out there collecting, but we're respecting our weather moratorium, and so we are working with customers trying to make sure that we can get as many reconnected as possible before we hit those high heat days. As you can imagine, since we're out in the field, that has prompted a lot more calls into the call center. So I've talked about how our call volume had been down much of March, April, May, and June. And so we're back to within 4% of what our normal July call volumes were. And what we're finding, because we are taking a more consultative approach, that it does take longer on those types of calls. So they're 6% longer on the handling time than what it's been, or on the call talk time than what it's been in the past, due to the complexity of some of those calls and the needs that we have. And then so overall, it's our handling time is up 1%, even though the volume is down, when we look at the amount of time that reps are spending on phones with the customer. Last week, I think there were a couple of board contacts, so I'm going to share. We've had good for employees. We've had some promotions in the call center. We have various leave situations and so we're down in our staffing in the contact center, and so our wait times have been longer than what we expect and usually maintain. Our goal is that we have an average speed of answer of 2 minutes or less, and we are typically below that. But we have hit an average in July of about 6 minutes because of those staffing concerns and the higher volumes. So we do have open positions. If people are listening who are qualified for call center work, we do have open positions that we are working with Mart's team to get filled as soon as possible. What we are seeing, and this is kind of exciting news for those of us who have been working to get customers shifting to some of the self-service channels, emails in July of 2020 are 31% higher than what they were a year ago, and the online applications for electric service has went up 9%. So that's a positive, and we hope that those trends will stick with us. On the flip side, though, the self-service payment plans, and you've heard me talk about this at our CNC, our credit and collection updates in the past, about we have a really high success rate on our self-service payment plans, but due to the leniency that we're allowing under COVID-19, they're needing to talk to reps. So we've seen our self-service plans actually drop by 15%. So that's just some tidbits from the call center. Again, another team that's on the front line and working with our customers and doing a fantastic job. And I just really appreciate the work they're doing. So now if we go to the chart, and as Director Yoder mentioned, we talked about, some of the statistics that are available. And so the team and I have been working on, we have a lot of statistics available and data available about our collections, our accounts, payment trends, the arrears data, and really sifting through like what's the most relevant. And as Director Yoder mentioned, we wanted to provide the latest information because it does change. Especially with the volatile situation that we have here, it can change quite dramatically from one month to the next. And so we wanted to make sure we are giving you the most recent information and give you a feel for what we monitor to understand where we may need to adjust our offerings to our customers or adjust our operations and how we're handling these different situations. So again, another team, it's Donna Miner's team, and Sam Christensen, Kevin Lilla, and Justin Kennelly did a great job of working on top of their normal month-end processing to help pull this data together and make sure that it was available under a tight schedule. And I appreciate the work that they put in on evenings and over the weekend to make that happen. So I have shared some numbers in the past meetings and I haven't had a chart. And so this is going to highlight the types of numbers or the numbers that I've been sharing in the past to give you a feel. And so the chart is laid out in terms of residential versus commercial and industrial. And then I'm showing you what it is compared, for the current month of July 2020, what that looked like compared to June of 2020. And then July of 2019. And it's important to always look back a year or look back seasonally because our bills and therefore our debt levels can change fairly dramatically from one month to the next, depending on what season we're in or moving in and out of. So I've provided the first two lines here really give an indication of customers' payment trends. And so the percent of accounts current, these are our active accounts that have a current open electric service agreement with us, and this is an indicator if they have paid their balance due within the 30 days before the bill was due. And well, the bill is due in 20, but by the time they go through billing or at month end. So 91.5% of residential customers at the end of July were sitting in that current status on their account. The percent of accounts in arrears represents those that have debt that's sitting in age debt of 31 plus or more. And so these statistics, when you look across, they've gotten, it's better than it was a year ago in terms of the customers that have kept current. This number dipped down to about 90% at one point, but essentially through the COVID situation, it has been at about the same level. But understanding that that still means there's thousands of customers that may not have gotten their bill paid on time like normally did. On the commercial and industrial side, if you slide over to the right, again, the numbers have been fairly consistent this year. It's down a little bit from where we were in July of 2019 on the commercial side. But again, nothing too alarming. That the 92.6 is continuing. It's steady and staying or improving from where it got down to in the May timeframe. So then if you move down, the next couple of lines are reflecting the dollars of debt. And so there's the total age debt. So anything that's over the 30 days, and this is represented in millions. And so at the end of July, we were sitting at 6.2 million in the residential arrears dollars. And that compares to 6.8 million in June. So it's went down a little bit from the June, but the concerning part is still that it's about 48% over the July of 2019 number. So, and that's a pretty large amount. Typically from what we've seen, that number doesn't fluctuate that much. And all the years that I've monitored this, I'd say this is the greatest fluctuation that we've seen in that total arrears. More concerning than that on the residential side, and really this is true on the commercial side, but not to the same extent. On residential, the 91 plus debt is really of most concern. There you can see it's down about 800,000 from our June level. But when you look at what July of 19 was, it was sitting at 400,000 and now we're at 2.1 million. So it is a good 5 times higher than what we were sitting at a year ago. And so that's where our biggest concern is, and what the focus of our field collections is about is really what's sitting in the 91 plus and those accounts that have balances that are greater than $500 in total arrears.
Julie, I have a quick question.
Sure.
You said that this is the biggest jump in age debt that you've seen in your career. Is that what you said? So,
well, for the 20 years I've watched it,
for a while, yeah. So has OPPD ever done this waiver of disconnect fees and the moratorium on shutoffs like we did? So this is probably most likely directly related to the change in our policy.
Yes. And okay. you know, I'm not saying that the amount wouldn't have went up, but I think it went up significantly because we came out and said we weren't going to disconnect and we're not going to charge the late payment charges. And so the other aspect is that was on the heels of coming out of winter weather moratorium, or, you know, in the winter, we're not disconnecting services. So many of these customers that have debt in the 91 plus, they maybe haven't made a payment since last October or September. So they're carrying potentially summertime debt from 2019, and it's still on their account that they have not paid down. So that's where I think the challenge and why the balances have gotten so high. And we'll have to continue to work with those customers, and that's where some of our options come into play is, you know, how can we get them on some type of a payment arrangement where they're continuing to pay towards the past due and the current amount that's due. But it most definitely is reflective of the policies that we put in place. And when we have that fluctuation, just like switching our weather temperature rule, if you look back historically, you can see where those age debt amounts started growing as we came out of the winter months. And usually what would happen is as we come into summer, we start our disconnection. So you see the age debt starting to come down in April, May, and June. So usually by July, it's back down to a reasonable level, and then the higher bills start adding back up.
Yeah, Julie, can you maybe refresh our memories exactly what year we changed the weather-related disconnects? and exactly what that rule is in relationship. Again,
Yes. So in January of 2016, we started shifting how we looked at it in the winter time. We moved from it being we could disconnect down to 20 degrees, and we moved it to where we wouldn't disconnect if the weather fell below 32 degrees.
Okay.
And then on the summertime, we will disconnect up until 95 degrees or a heat advisory. That is the combination of the heat and with the high heat index, the heat and the humidity combination where it reaches an index of, I believe, 105. So we've decreased the number of days that we're out there collecting in the field pretty significantly with the changes to those weather rules. And then that you can see that in the age debt as we look at the trends.
Yeah, so in a way, this is like a secondary consequence for something that we're trying to do well, that, you know, our policy is it helping that person or not, is the question.
Right, right. And I think for where we were when we made the decision, you know, we didn't know what to expect, right? In March and April timeframe, not knowing what to expect, we didn't want the focus of people who were fretting about COVID-19 and the illness and the economic impact. We didn't want them fretting about their essential service of electricity being taken away. So, you know, on the one hand, we ended up here because we changed a policy, but now we're trying to balance it, and we have to understand that there were consequences from it, but we'll work through that with our customers. Was there another question?
Those temperatures you mentioned, that to be eligible or to not do shutoffs that particular day, that includes not only today but yesterday and tomorrow. Is that correct? Like they won't be shut off tomorrow if today's temperature is above a certain level.
Yeah, we look out 24 to 48 hours to kind of gauge what the temperature is going to be. So if we see on a Thursday that there's going to be high heat on Saturday, then we would not disconnect. And actually what we've been doing on Fridays is really focusing on getting reconnects done and doing some cleanup this year. This summer is how we've been approaching it. And I do want to mention, we are not disconnecting. We didn't disconnect yesterday, and we're not disconnecting today. And I think it depends on where the storm restoration is as of tomorrow and what the weather's going to do. But when we have significant damage in the field, we suspend our disconnection activity as well.
That's good to know, Julie. Thanks. Other questions, Director Williams?
Yeah, I guess looking at the difference between July 2019 and July 2020, the gap in total beyond 30 or 91 days is larger than the amount of CARES Act funds. So I guess it has come down since June, but that does give me some concern that there might be more need than will be able to be addressed by the assistance that has recently been provided. I'll be interested to see if there are any other opportunities. Dollar Energy Funds talking about areas outside of Douglas County would assumedly be in this residential category, but not covered by the funding, the $2 million funding. So glad to hear that that might potentially be moving forward as well. I think that's an area of concern that it looks like we have indicators that there is more need than can be met by the assistance that has been authorized. Nope, that's just a statement, no particular action. Beyond that, Julie, did I hear you correctly that by receiving a disconnect notice or by becoming disconnected, customers would become eligible for new types of assistance? And I'll jump to the end of my statement there. If that is true, that sounds like a policy I think we should look into, because that feels like not a winning situation all the way around, that you need to get to the point of a disconnect notice before you are eligible for certain types of additional assistance. And I'd be curious if that's something PI or finance might be able to look into about how our policy or how other policies might be leading to that condition.
Yeah, so I want to be clear, that's not our policy. That would be the agencies or the LIHEAP process policy that dictates that. So, and that was something that Britain was working hard with the state of Nebraska on. So I think I shared this in a prior one where we stopped using disconnect notice language again, so that our customers weren't alarmed by getting one that had never gotten one before. And, but because it didn't state that they were in disconnect status or potential, then they couldn't get the emergency funding. And the other side of it is our customers didn't necessarily ask for the funding because they knew they weren't going to be disconnected. So I think there's a little bit of, I appreciate that the numbers, yeah, it looks like there's maybe not enough assistance to cover the need. But we have to remember that customers weren't taking actions, either contacting us or reaching out for assistance in those months where they normally maybe would have gotten assistance if we were out in the field collecting. So we are seeing, and I can hit on this now, like on our OPPD's Energy Assistance Fund, we typically, on average, if you look back historically, we're in that $20,000 range a month is what typically gets applied to our customers' accounts where they seek that emergency type energy assistance through OPPD's program. In July, we applied $40,000, and it looks like for August, we're probably on pace to do the same. And you may recall we did make some tweaks to where we are paying a higher amount on that. And so you'll see, I think, that there will be other assistance that will become available. And on our OPPD Energy Assistance one, we'll continue to try to get, increase the funding that we have available through that, promoting for customers who can help to donate to that fund.
Well, appreciation that we don't use disconnect as a trigger for other action, and I hope that we continue to work with other agencies to avoid that level of disruption being required in order to be eligible for assistance, because outside of the economics, that is an incredibly damaging situation for people to be in. And that's all I'll say about it now, but I appreciate you clarifying that, and I hope that's something we can continue to watch because, without electricity, a lot of people are not going to be able to stay in the home or in the apartment or wherever they live, and the consequences will spiral from there. So using disconnect as a trigger for assistance feels like a harsh and inappropriate way for that to be administered.
We agree. We don't, it would be better for everybody if we didn't have to go to service interruption to get people assistance. So, okay, so were there other questions or should I move on? Okay, the next two lines really just reflect the service agreement counts. So this is the number of accounts that are greater than 30 days debt. And I shouldn't say accounts, it's service agreements that are tied to accounts. So if you wanted to think of it in terms of this is the potential for services that could get disconnected if they hit our dollar threshold. And again, if you look at the 91 plus, the number there has doubled, and for all the same reasons that we talked about before. The good thing is, in June of 2020, it was at 13,000 and now it's down to 9,000. So it came down quite a bit in between June and July. And part of that is because of LIHEAP. So we have received some sizable energy assistance payments from the state. So we had cooling assistance of almost $2.2 million that was applied to our LIHEAP customers, and then an additional 1.7 million of supplemental that came in for LIHEAP customers.
Julie?
So, yes?
Hey, how many of our long-term folks, and the 91 days plus, how often do we find those people have actually flown the coop? They're gone. They moved out before the power even gets shut off.
I don't have that statistic available. So what I can tell you is historically, we've probably had in the 30% range, 30 to 35%, that after they get to a certain point, they don't reconnect after we disconnect.
Okay.
But this number is the number that sits in the 91 plus is fluid and it shifts. They'll pay it down and then they'll pop back up. So I don't have a clean number on that at this point. Okay, so LIHEAP, I put a section down here on the LIHEAP accounts, trying to give a little bit of perspective. We have about, it hovers in the 13,000 range. It can change from month to month. How many are LIHEAP qualified, but the percent of the LIHEAP qualified accounts that are current is sitting at 75% as compared to 91.5% for all of our residential customers. And so they have about 25% of those customers that are typically running in arrears. Again, the age debt statistics are similar, where you've got on the greater than 30 days, it's double from where it was in 2019. It has come down a little bit. And then we have age debt in the 91 plus that's 4 times as high as it was a year ago. But again, it's come down a little bit because of that assistance dollars and because of other payments that customers have made on their accounts. And then in terms of, this is just reflecting then the number of service agreements that are falling in that arrears status. So there's about 3,200 customers that are LIHEAP qualified and 1,500 that are sitting in the greater than 91 days. Okay, if we shift over to commercial, I talked about the payment trends. Again, so the commercial one gets a little bit tricky because this is commercial and industrial. So you could have a large account with many service agreements, large commercial operations to small businesses are sitting in this classification of customers and debt. So the dollar amounts can fluctuate widely from month to month. So there's usually got to be a little bit more digging to really understand what's going on in there. But overall, this just shows you that the amount has bounced up from 2020 from 1.6 million to 2.3, but 2.3 is fairly consistent with where we were in 2019. But when you look at the number of the age debt, again, we have $400,000, which compared to the amount that's sitting on residential, that doesn't seem like a lot, but it is 4 times what we typically have in our commercial and industrial accounts. And again, commercial and industrials are typically pretty good payers and consistent on paying their monthly bills. And we don't usually have a lot of debt in there that's at risk. So those are some of the highlights on those statistics that we have pulled together that we monitor. Again, we continue to monitor these and a lot of others to really understand, are there other actions we need to be taking, whether it's operational offerings to the customer to help out with the situation that the customers are faced with and really with what we're faced with in trying to manage the debt levels. So that's all I had. I just, again, want to thank all the folks that have been involved in this effort and have done such a great job of communicating with customers, following up with them, and making this as smooth as possible for the situation that we're in.
Thank you very much, VP Comstock. I do appreciate the work of you and your team and staying on top of all of this, especially during these times. To Dr. Moody's question to CFO Fernandez earlier today, what do you see coming down the pike in the next month or two?
The team is working on a couple of other payment-related items and some energy efficiency type tools. So we'll continue to provide you updates on where we're going with some of those items. Some of them require some technology, so we have to get that prioritized in order to be able to provide that. I think we'll continue on our path at this point with the collections activities, and believe that we'll continue to see these amounts come down. And Britain has done a fabulous job, and he continues to do a fabulous job and be a fabulous resource for OPPD in terms of when particular customer situations come up. He knows, you know, the best place to refer them to, and helps us, I would say, refer and help customers in a way that we really haven't had the knowledge or ability to in the past. And so I think that's one thing that we have going for us in this situation that we're facing today. And then we'll continue to work with Dollar Energy on, you know, what the potential is for getting some additional funds in to support energy assistance.
All right. Any questions from the directors? Comment?
I've just got sort of a comment, and it's perhaps reiterating something that I've been saying every month for a while now. Thank you to everyone involved for the work on this front. I can't imagine how difficult it is to have these conversations with people, to see them on their front step. And, you know, I want to encourage us to continue to, and I know you're doing it, I just want to continue to encourage people to approach these situations with compassion and empathy. People are going through hard times, and with the unemployment assistance that was $600 a week that's now gone, it's not going to get any easier. So thank you for the work. Keep it up.
You bet.
Yeah. Well, I'm complete.
Thank you.
I think we've got a great team working on it, and thank you, Director Moody. Unless there's anything else, that's it for PI.
Okay. We are on a break, and I'm going to give you all 10 minutes. So 9 minutes, actually. It's 2:36. So let's plan to reconvene at 2:45, and we'll pick up with governance and Director McGuire.
Diana Swanson, if you're there, if you could just quickly unmute and just let me check your audio real quick.
I am here, Brent. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yep, I can hear you great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Diane as well, if you're there, you should be able to also unmute and just double check.
Yeah, I'm here.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll start 2 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 2:45. Let's turn our cameras back on so I can see your smiling faces. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So make sure There's Rick. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Ann, I'm just going to kick it right over to you for governance.
Okay, I'll give the Governance Committee Chair report. We met via video conference on Thursday, August 6th, and discussed the following items. The first thing we did discuss was the board meeting logistics as far as the future. We did confirm plans for our August 13th board meeting, which is going to be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center. And we also discussed future plans. I want to give a heads up to Kate Brown and her team, and also to Lisa, to help us try to look at all of our possible options. And they looked at many, many sites. They came up that the best site that was socially with our social distance that we have to do is the Douglas County Civic Center. OPPD does not really have any options for us as far as providing safety in that way. If you will look at the committee meetings, are all going to be virtual. And then we have been able to, with the help of Douglas Civic Center, to get these specific dates. You'll notice that the board meeting dates have been changed to try to accommodate the best schedule for us. Next month, we could not find a place for us to meet, so it's going to have to be virtual. And hopefully we'll, given that COVID will stay intact, we'll be able to have the rest of those meetings actual live at the Douglas County Civic Center. Wednesday, October 14th, that's a different date, November 13th, Friday, and on Wednesday the 9th. These are different dates, and I'm certain that we will be, with the help of Lisa and her group, and also Mohiners, will be able to notify people of these changes. So that's the first thing. The next thing,
Question, Ann.
Go ahead.
The December committee meeting will be on the 15th or on the 8th, and that's our finance committee. I'm assuming we'll have to reschedule the finance committee.
It's actually December 9th. Wednesday, December 9th, it says.
Oh, committee meeting.
Oh, for the committee meeting, yes, that will have to be changed. We're going to have to make those adjustments, yes.
Okay.
Ann?
Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Is there an issue in October as far as setting the agenda and so forth, having the meeting within the day after the committee meeting?
That sometimes is difficult. It's not as bad as having it on the exact same day. We can actually ask Steve Bruckner that as far as notifying people 24 hours in advance of stuff. Steve, do you have any suggestions on that?
We'll be able to accommodate the agenda just fine, but to Director Kavanaugh's point, you're spot on. We'd like to have a little extra time in between the committee meetings and the regular board meetings. And in this particular case, the agenda would have to be finalized no later than 4:00 p.m. on Tuesday, which is the same day as the board meeting. So it's tight, but we'll just have to adjust to it as best we can.
Okay. Yeah.
And I would just, especially in December, because of the quickness of that month, we may not have November financials on December. Just understand that there may be some quicknesses with those dates that may not allow the management team to have the specific reporting that we would typically have. But we'll know more as we get closer.
The only other thought with that is that that's also when we vote on the corporate operating plan and everything. Mm-hmm. Whether or not, is it possible, or should we even contemplate the idea of moving up the committee meetings to an earlier date, to a Monday? Or would that not be helpful for management?
So typically, we would present it on a November, where we would present it, look for public comment in November. Actually, we give you in October kind of a view on what what it kind of looks like coming up in November. We kind of share the planned report, and then if there's any revisions, we would share those in December. And it would be one more month of actuals to understand what that would look like for 2021. I think we're probably okay here. There's typically not significant changes between committee and board meeting on the corporate operating plan, but we'll just have to be pretty vigilant in the October-November timeframe as we talk about that and as the committees look at that corporate operating plan.
Okay. Are there any other comments related to that?
Let's see a couple hands.
I don't see the hands, if you can help me with that.
Yep, Eric and Mike.
Okay, Eric and Mike. Eric?
Sure. So just for I guess policy moving forward, the governance committee sets the dates on the meetings, and then, I mean, I understand this is an abnormal situation, but I'm just curious about what do the bylaws say about how we set our meeting dates? Yeah. Can someone help me understand that?
Steve, do you want to handle that for us?
Sure. You'll recall, Williams said last month, we revised the bylaws to provide this flexibility so that the bylaws now allow the meetings to be established by the agenda, by the public notice, and therefore we're able to adjust and have the kind of flexibility that you're seeing on this particular chart.
Thank you. Mike, do you have any comment? Craig, you have one, I think.
No, I lowered my hand. I'm sorry.
Okay, Craig?
Yeah, just real quick. I want to express how important it is that we be flexible over the next several months. The city council is hearing public comment on mask ordinance right now. They're in the legislative chambers where we will be in a couple of days. It's packed with people, most of which are not wearing masks. We don't know what this virus is going to do. So I want to make sure that we all kind of just step back and allow for the teams to really kind of navigate through and think about what the right approach here is. And that may include, I'm really worried about November and a spike. So there may be situations where we need to step back and go, is it absolutely imperative that we have a meeting, an action-oriented meeting, or are there things that we can either accelerate or push back depending upon what's happening? I don't want to put people at risk, and I'm super mindful of that. So I think this is good. We got to make some adjustments on the fly. I think that's just the reality of it. As long as we're communicating obviously well internally and to the public about what we're doing, then I think we're going to be okay. But I appreciate everybody's flexibility on it.
Yeah, am I clear that in addition to this September virtual meeting, we still have one more virtual meeting we could have? Is that correct? No, this is it.
This is it.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have to work from the fly. You're correct.
Yep.
Okay, if there's no other comments.
I'll take a comment real quick. More a question for Steve. What are the consequences if we have virtual meetings instead of in-person meetings?
To make sure that I understand your question, Director Bogner, is your question, what are the consequences if we were to have a virtual meeting that was in excess of the 6 that were allotted? Is that your question?
That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. The consequences could include a determination, if it were to be challenged, that no actions taken during that meeting would be valid because the meeting was conducted in violation of the Open Meetings Act. So that would be the primary concern that we would have. There's also the possibility for penalties for violating the Open Meetings Act. That would be unlikely in my view, but it is a possibility as well.
And I guess what's the size and potential quantity of those penalties?
I didn't quite hear you.
What's the dollar value associated with those penalties potentially?
Not large. I don't have the exact amount off the top of my head, but I can certainly find that, get it to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I do want to mention, though, that the public, as far as coming to the Douglas County Civic Center, they may attend in person, but they also have the option to attend via WebEx by going to oppd.com/board agenda and access the WebEx link like they're doing right now and for next Thursday. So the public doesn't necessarily have to attend in person that meeting. They can do it via WebEx, and just as we have been doing our virtual meetings, board meetings, we can take public comment then at that.
Good. Yep.
If I can go on to the next subject, that is the board governance workshop. The committee and management team reviewed the proposed agenda and the next steps for the board governance workshop, which is going to be conducted via WebEx and open to the public on the afternoons of Tuesday, August 25th and Wednesday, August 26th, starting at 1 p.m. Eric Douglas and Bill Slayton of Leading Resources are going to facilitate that workshop. To assist us in that, the board policy questionnaire is being posted for board directors to fill out in Diligent, and we're asking everyone complete that by August 17th to make things go a little bit smoother as far as the workshop. Are there any other comments about the workshop? Or if not, we can go on to the next thing we discussed was committee and management debriefed on the cognitive strategic thinking training sessions for powering the future to 2050 and the current and next steps. Rebecca Ryan met with us, as you know, and we talked a little bit, how can we utilize this in the future? The one thing that we do have is I asked Rebecca to give us some recommendations for some specific texts and books for us and on cognitive bias and also red teaming. And that is now in Diligent for the board members access whenever they would like it. We saw the red team being used today with Chair Moody. And Chair Moody, would you like to comment anything else? I like the way that you're leading with that. So if you want to make any comments.
Yeah, just all I would say is real quick, we didn't have a whole lot of time in governance to get into it. So really the intent of that conversation was to, as it says, talk about how we would incorporate some of what we've learned into our typical operations for how we function. So I think that conversation, more than anything, got punted a little bit for governance to discuss later.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on it now? Anyone who was not in that committee that they'd like to bring forward? Or if you have any comments you'd like to give to the committee, please write them down or send them to us as far as further discussion in the future. Okay. The fourth topic that we discussed was the diversity and inclusion progress. Mart Setke gave us a quick update on the shared gender and ethnic equity information for January 1st to June 30th. She just thought she is making slow but sure progress. Very happy to see that. And we'll get a further in-depth discussion of this when she discusses employee relations in SD8. And when is that going to be?
In December.
December. Okay, that's what I thought of because I didn't see it in November. So in December, that would be discussed. Thank you, Mart. And then finally, we had just a discussion of clarification on the committee and management team discussed the board linkage role related to subject matter consultants and research. Mainly, this was a question that Rick had brought up about what is the role of board management and research. And the idea was, I think what it came across is that we tell management what to do and they figure out who are the best research teams or best consultants to bring in for us. I don't know if, Rick, you'd like to say anything else on that or any other clarification?
Kick off. It did, I thought, some questions and
Oh, you're going up.
yeah, that's it for now.
Okay, thank you. And then once again, I'd like to give kudos to Kate Brown's team for right now as far as what we're producing with Mo Hinners, David Boyd, Brent Salzman, and Lauren Horton for making this so much easier for us as far as the virtual communications that we're having right now. Things are much going really pretty smoothly and everything now. We're really good at this, and it's not we're really good at it, but I think Kate's team and full team is doing really, really well, and I want to thank them for that. Next on the schedule is the best places to work survey.
And I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. On point number 5 regarding outside information, is there a policy as to how you mentioned the board determines what, and then we work with management on who would be the appropriate experts in the area? We have experts in a few areas. Is there a policy on how a determination of whether or not an external consultant or some outside advice would be appropriate on a particular subject?
I think that is, that's a BL policy, is what I would think it is. Which one did we say that was? Was that BL? Maybe BL 7, President to Chief Executive Officer, or, you know, it was, that's a board linkage policy that we talked about.
Yeah, Director Williams, I think one of the conversations we had was it's really, and I think the conversation that Director Yoder had was, I think he believed on executive comp that the governance committee actually hired the consultant, and that wasn't the case. What we look at is the what. What are you interested in? And the example in that case was the governance committee said, I'm interested in, you know, what is the comparative of, in this example, executive compensation? And so our HR team, who works with locked-in, you know, well-known, reputable, national, international HR firm, essentially did that work and shared it with our HR team as well as the governance committee at the time, and then the full board. And so it would be no different than any of the other kind of respective operations that we would have in the district. If we feel we need to have an outside entity come in, we already have a corporate engineer that does a review of our budget, provides a letter, a rate consultant that provides information on rate actions, and certainly an auditor that does that same kind of activity on auditing. But the management team would go out and get that expert that would then provide their perspective, insight, and guidance on some of the work that we may be doing, or review of that work, like we did in Power with Purpose, where we had Pace Consulting provide some, and the board received a copy of that letter of the review of the work on Power with Purpose, because we wanted them to review it, and they provided some very positive comments about the work. So, as an example.
Okay.
Director Wynn.
Yep, sorry, I was trying to flip through the policy binder, and I guess I'll put that in the survey as something I'd be interested to discuss at the board retreat. Thank you.
Okay.
And then circling back to, I'm sorry, Director McGuire, if I could add one other thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Started there and expanded a little further, and I do think it's something that you might want to also consider for the survey, and that's the information asymmetry that the board has. It looks like my video just went away. The information asymmetry that the board has relative to management, and that the board has when do the various duties it is required to do relative to gathering information. So we know that we like senior management. They certainly have the expertise. They certainly have greater depth and capacity to get information. So, and this is what we had a discussion about this. Is it appropriate? Is it useful for the board to seek other sources of information, and if so, how? we just all gave our happy for the conversation, thought it was useful, and you, since you weren't in the room, want to also raise that when we talk with Eric and Bill. And yeah, go ahead.
This is something that could be discussed. I think as far as the topic of conversation, with Eric Douglas and, during the board discussion as far as where to go with this, because it is, what is our boundaries? How far do we go? What is micromanagement? What is not micromanagement? I think this is a big board discussion that we should bring up, during the retreat at that time. So look at that survey and fill it out. It isn't diligent. And please take that board policy. Yeah, Mo just said, yeah, remind them because it's important as far as where we're going to go as far as their board retreat. Any other discussion? Okay, then next, I think I'm going to have Mark take over. Mark?
Thank you very much, Anne. Good afternoon, everybody. It's always tough to go last on a long day, but we have some good news to share with you, so that's a good thing. I just want to remind you that our partner on the survey work that we do is Quantum Workplace, and they are an employee engagement partner for the longest running Employer of Choice contest, the best places to work in North America, and they normally do about 50 contests annually. They also serve more than 8,700 organizations in their engagement work. I want to introduce two members of my team. Diane Radigan is here. Diane is a senior organizational consultant on my team, and Diane did the bulk of the work on the survey this year. So I just want to recognize her. She came to us about a year ago from UNMC. She's got a background from ConAgra First National Bank and has been doing this kind of work for a long time. I also want to introduce Nina Swanson, who is the Director of Organizational Development. She's going to do the presentation for you today. Nina has many, many years of experience in this area. She started as an organizational development intern with IBM. She's worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers, Farm Credit Services, eBay, PayPal, and most recently has had global experience at the Walmart in e-commerce. So I'm very happy to introduce them. And Nina's going to walk us through this presentation.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you for having me today. It's great to be here. I am going to walk you through the results of the 2020 Best Places to Work survey that we administered to our employees in June of this year. So it's very recent data. And as Mart alluded to, there is some good news. There's some very good news in all of this. So I'm just going to get started. I wanted to just lay the groundwork. Can you go to the next slide for me, Mo? Sorry, I was using my scroller like I can control it. Sorry, I've got to get used to it. I'm not controlling it. So let's talk a little bit about how engagement is defined. And this is our survey provider, Quantum. I've worked with several other survey providers. This is very similar of how we define engagement. A couple of things just to call about. Employee engagement is about the mental and emotional connection. So it's not just satisfaction. It goes a little bit deeper than that. And it's about the work, the team, and the organization. Those three things together is when we talk about engaged employees. They are emotionally and deeply connected both to the work, the team, and the organization, in this case, OPPD. So let's go to the next slide. So I just wanted to give you a kind of a summary, and then I'm going to go a little bit into detail. So the great news, and I think this is great news, is we had an incredible response rate. So 87.4% of our employees filled out this survey. It was an increase of almost 9 percentage points from last year. A couple things driving that. One, we extended it a bit to allow for some of our folks who are on shift work. And we also worked with some of our partners in the field to make sure that employees had time in their schedules to take the survey. So the response rate was phenomenal. We also saw a very large increase in overall favorable responses. We improved to 74%. We were at 69% last year. So anything north of 3 to 3.5 percentage points is statistically significant. So that was a very big leap, which means that 74% of our employees rated all of the items in aggregate at agree or strongly agree, which is a good favorability to have. 56 out of our 57 questions improved from last year. So every single item, we had one item that went down and I think it went 0.14. So it's not even statistically significant. So we'll call it even, but we held our own. And then in general, just overall comments, and we're still going through all 2,800 of them, general goodwill and a lot of call out around communication during COVID, which was really nice to see. Employees were feeling like they had gotten they were being communicated with, they were being cared for, all of which was important for us to hear and see. So for us, starting out at such a high level, it's the question is, and what do we do to improve? It's how do we keep our momentum? And so there are a few things, and I'll talk a little bit about them as we get into them, but we want to maintain those current levels of communication as established by our COVID response team, because it seems to have hit a mark with our employees, and they seem to feel very, very good about that. We want to find ways deeper in the organization to listen to and recognize those closest to the work being done, and I'll show you how that's playing out. And then we also want to focus on improving diversity, equity, and inclusion understanding across the district, which is a lot of the focus of driving deeper into our business and talking about that story of DE&I within our organization. So that's just a snapshot at a high level of what we're seeing from the survey. We're still, as I said, deep diving, but I'm going to give you sort of the high level of where we came in. So let's go to the next slide. So we talked just a bit about how favorability scores are calculated, just so you guys have this in your back pocket. Unfavorable would be folks who rated us a 1 or a 2, which is a strongly disagree or disagree on an item. Neutral are those somewhat buckets, so somewhat disagree or somewhat agree, and favorable are agree or strongly agree. So when I say 74% favorable, it means that 74% rated us at agree and strongly agree. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So let's talk about overall. So I shared with the response rate, 87.4%, nice increase over last year. Our overall favorable was also a very nice increase over last year, statistically significant. On the right-hand side, as you're looking at it, you see the overall score, which is more of a chart. And this is a score that we reported out for years that basically translates their 6-point average into a 100-point scale. And this is the number that's used in these best places to work events. It's sort of a normalizing number. And it's hand calculated at this point. We don't calculate this through the survey itself. We are actually leaning more towards using overall favorable as a metric for us as an organization, because it points us to more definitive ways and things that we can do to drive favorable. And so it gives us better indications of where there are inclines and declines, where we have opportunities. So overall favorable, and you'll see the trends have been the same, either metric that you use, but overall favorability also gives us benchmark data. So we can begin to know how we are doing against external benchmarks. Let's go to the next slide. So again, this is a great story as well. Our response rate has steadily increased since the low in 2017 to a very high rate. I have been doing employee engagement surveys for 20 some years, and I will be clear, response rate and overall favorable, I have not seen these kinds of increases in previous organizations. This is pretty phenomenal when you look at the response rate, and then the overall favorable of 2017, we were at a 0.5 and we are now at a 74%. That's a huge increase and a huge testament to the leadership in this organization, as well as our employees and all the work that has been done, I think, to create a really amazing workplace for our employees to come to. So can we go to the next slide? So another way that we look at the data is we take a look at that engagement metric, and we break it out into 4 buckets. So highly engaged, moderately engaged, barely engaged, and disengaged. Highly engaged are highly favorable across all of the engagement dimension. Engagement is one of the dimensions in our survey. Moderately engaged is they're mostly favorable. These are probably the folks you have a lot of opportunity to grow into highly engaged. Our barely engaged are usually, we find them to be fairly neutral throughout the entire survey. So kind of in that somewhat agree, somewhat disagree bucket. And then disengaged are folks who are overall very negative and probably not always being the most constructive when they're in this bucket. So those are the 4 buckets, again, defined by Quantum. It's used and their benchmark as they work with other organizations. The good news story is here, we've seen a healthy increase in our highly engaged bucket from 2019 at 44, we're now at 51%. It's come out of our moderately engaged buckets. We've probably moved some people from moderately engaged to highly engaged. The other thing that I call out is that red disengaged has gone down to 2%. That's probably as close to 0 as you will get in an organization. So I think that, again, amazing numbers. You will see the years below, so 2016, 17, 18, and 19 below that, and you see healthy increases. I would also call your attention to the bottom and our comparison to the utilities. So there are 13 different organizations in this database that we are compared against, and this is their metrics. And again, we are trending much higher against our, what I would call our peer organizations of utilities, both for highly engaged and especially in that highly engaged bucket. We have more trending in that area than our utility benchmarks do. Same size, our organizations, there's roughly 108 that are in the database that are the same size as us. And if you look at that, we are trending higher from a highly engaged bucket as well as I would say our yellow and our red are trending lower than that bucket, which is also a nice trend to see. And then same size, top quartile. So who the top 25%, this is theirs. We're very close to that. And I would say throughout most of the survey, we are in the top quartile as it relates to survey items. But compared to this, we're within the ballpark and have some opportunity to obviously grow within our highly engaged, but we're right in line with where the same size top quartile organizations are. So again, this is a really good news story of where engagement lands for OPPD, and to have 51% who are measuring as highly engaged, it's a 6% increase since 2019 is huge. And again, a testament to the work that I think has been done internally. And let's go to the next slide. So all of our items are generated into categories. And so these are just the high level categories, not the individual items. The yellow bar is where the bar was in 2019. The blue bar is where it was in 2020. This is just to illustrate what I think I've illustrated quite a bit, is we've increased across all of them. We saw healthy increases across all of them in 2020 from 2019, which is a great place to be. And again, 70% is the benchmark for top quartile. So if you're above 70%, you're in the top quartile of the organizations that I shared earlier. So we have many, many, many that are in that top quartile. And so some really good numbers there as well. We go to the next one. So engagement outcomes. These are the things that we measure to sort of see whether we actually have a highly engaged workforce. And so these are outcomes, they're not actions. I'm going to talk about actions we can take to drive engagement, but the output of really high engagement is that people score really highly on these 4 items. And as you will see, all of them are above the 70th percentile, which means they're all top quartile, and they all improved from 2019. So again, some really healthy growth and around employee engagement, which means that our employees are feeling good about where they're working. They're being great advocates for the organization. They intend to stay, which is a huge metric for us. And they are putting in a lot of discretionary effort above and beyond maybe what we're asking them to do in their day-to-day jobs, simply to give the best customer service or the best service that they can, which is great. Let's go to the next slide. So as I said, those are the outcomes. We do like to go, okay, so how do we influence those? And the ways that we do that are these drivers of engagement. And as I indicated earlier, 70% above is a strength for us. Those that are below 60% are opportunities for us to improve. What I would call your attention to in this bucket before I go through the buckets is on 2019, you'll see a percent improvement. They're all blue because we increased in all of these. So while some are showing up under 70, just know that we have increased substantially over last year. So we're trending in the right way, and we can focus some energy on how we improve in all of these areas. So the themes generally around feeling valued, and we have some items there. Career outlook. So again, mapping kind of where we're trying to go as an organization and what that means to individuals and their careers within the organization. And just like a lot of organizations, future is not as crystal clear as it used to be. And so for many, it's trying to figure out what that path might look like for them. And then the future outlook and feeling confident in where we're going as an organization. And again, we saw some substantial increases there, but we have work to do in how we tell the story of OPPD and where we're going. I'm going to stop there if there's any questions. I can't see the chat, so I didn't know if I was missing any questions.
All right. Director Bogner's hand is up.
Okay.
Yeah, so I may have missed this earlier, and I apologize for that. When were these surveys given? Like,
this survey was open from June 9th to June 24th of this year.
Okay. I'm just curious because I'm always looking for, what's the causation versus correlation here, and how much of the 6.8% improvement relates to working from home. I'm kind of curious of that type of thing, or if there's something else large that influenced that, because that's 122 people that moved from moderately engaged to highly engaged. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's awesome. But what, certainly these drivers maybe kind of point to that, but I'm wondering if there was something else that moved.
So thank you for that question. We're doing a little deeper dive to understand that. We don't have that immediately. We're still deep diving. What I will say is the drivers of engagement here are a big factor. Even though, like I said, they're below 70%, they did see some pretty substantial increases, which does help drive engagement higher. So that is absolutely a good trend. I would tell you in our conversations with Quantum, I don't think, Bart, I don't want to say they were surprised, but I think given where we are in the midst of a pandemic, we've disrupted people's workplace, we've disrupted their work. For us to come out with a survey with this kind of response and the number of people responding and the number responding favorably, I think indicates that there are probably a lot of factors in how we manage that was also influencing how people looked at it. We just haven't been able to granularly look at it and say that is exactly what drove it. But the timing of it, if you think about what was going on in June, we were 8 weeks into work at home. We had a lot of things going on, outages, those kinds of things. Not many, but a percentage of Quantum's customers are skipping their survey, which we never even considered. I think it's dangerous not to ask the questions, especially in the midst of it. But certainly the timing of it would indicate there was probably some good communications. People were feeling good about where they were from a work situation perspective at that time.
Yeah, I also want to add, Amanda, that it's not just in the areas where we have people who are allowed to work from home. We saw increases of between 3.3% and 8.6% in our locals as well. So their scores improved also. But we are doing a deeper dive.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
But at a minimum, you could say that management has handled COVID very well.
I think so.
Appreciate that.
And I would say that our comments in the survey reflect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say, based on these drivers of engagement, a couple things. We're kind of now starting in our second year of quarterly town hall meetings where we communicate to employees. And that's everything from strategic initiatives to the work we were doing with Power with Purpose. And so we were being very upfront, direct, communicating kind of what's going on in the organization, getting feedback, perspective. And even the folks during the pandemic, we went out to employees early and just said, hey, how are things going? What do you need from us? And we began to do a couple things, not just communicate to them via email, but also sending things home for them and their family to see on the things that we're doing. And I think that speaks to some of that, but I think it's the broader kind of communication commitment, the engagement we're doing around career development and the variety of different training and organizational development opportunities employees have in the organization. And then just being very clear about where the future of the organization is going. So, and certainly the board has a pretty critical piece to that as well.
But let me just build on that. Tim used the term career development, professional development. What I admire about the way that we approach our people is it's personal development. Like yes, if your career is aligned with us, that's great, but we're still going to develop you as a person. That goes miles towards engagement. And I think we do a really good job of that.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good point. Thanks.
Thank you.
Denise, you have a hand raised?
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question on slide 7 where you're doing the comparison of OPPD with other organizations and other utilities. Were those surveys done during the same time frame or those over the last year?
Interesting, those would be benchmarked as of 2019. Our 2020
Okay.
benchmarks don't come out until the end of the year. So
All right.
the reason I say that interesting is because 2019 we didn't have pandemic. So they're probably I'm making an assumption, and Quantum would tell us that we're probably going to see a little bit of lessening in those metrics because of what's going on right now. So 2020 numbers might look a little bit lower across that benchmark, but 2019 was, you know, a pretty normal year, whatever that might be. I think we came up against a normal year during a pandemic, which is good.
Except for the flood.
Yes. Well, yes, for the flood here, but the benchmarked organizations, we still came out pretty high against them.
Right, right. That's what I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Great. We can go to the next slide.
Oh, I see Director Williams has his hand up.
Sorry.
Put it down.
I guess general question. Nobody wins them all. How is it that we got 56 out of 57? I mean, this seems worthy of skepticism because it's so good. Anybody have a comment about that?
That happened last year as well. And the one question went down 0.02%. And it was concerning safety. So given the environment, you can understand that people might have been a little skeptical about safety, but it did not go down in a statistically significant way.
I think, Director Williams, to your response, I think one of the things that we're getting better and better at is taking these surveys and creating action plans, one, corporately, two, is within business units, within departments, and cascading that down based on what the employees are thinking. And that's really the success of this. You take the information, you begin to build on your team. What are those actions, such as Julie and Javier were executives that led kind of corporate perspectives around recognition and accountability. And those are elements that we tell the employees, listen, we heard you very clearly, and here are the areas that we're trying to support and develop in a couple areas that you told us we need to develop in. And so we are getting better at that. And certainly the OD team that's on this call and Mart are doing just a great job of making sure that we're pretty consistent across the organization doing that kind of action planning on these results. And therefore, we will see things pop up because we're focused on those areas. So.
Yeah, I want to point out that just based on CEO Burke's comments, if you look when we began that rise as far as overall percentage favorability, we were right at 58.6% in 2016. We're now 74%. I'd also want to add that this is about the time that Tim Burke came on as our CEO and president. So I think a lot of this has to do with him moving a lot of action items and finding the right management team, changing our culture, and he has truly changed our culture in the past 5 years. Thank you, Tim.
Well, thank you. There's a lot of effort around this, and
a lot of effort, but we chose you, and to be our CEO, and you turned it around.
I appreciate that. I'll accept it on behalf of the whole senior team management and all employees. Thank you.
That's right.
All right.
Cool. Thank you. Why don't we go to the next slide? So this is just a high and low. So what were the most favorable items, which are above the red line, and what were the least favorable items? And least favorable, we kind of had to draw what's sort of the bottom 5 percentage points in the top 5. So it wasn't a terribly mathematical determination, but it was just to give you a picture of what are some of those things that show up on the top and the bottom. Interesting, again, I would just call out 2019. We only had one, which OPPD strives to maintain a safe environment, that did go down, but that's not a statistically significant shift down. So we would call it even for year over year. But again, on the favorables, we're well above the 70% top quartile. And those that are below the line, we have some opportunities within those buckets, but we have seen improvement in them as well from 2019. And I will just call out, because we did talk about it, positive change as a result of the last survey, and the results of the survey will be used. We did improve in those. Those are items that are typically across many organizations that I've worked in always a little bit lower, and part of it is where we could tighten up, to Tim's point, is the intentionality of making sure that as we do things, we are connecting it back to the best places to work survey. Sometimes we move forward with things and it just becomes part of how we do it, and we don't always go back and say, here's why we did that, just because it becomes part of the normal how we do it. So there's opportunities to be much more intentional as we either make decisions or implement things, that we are connecting it back to best places to work. And I would say, in many of the leaders that I've talked to, and we've done a debrief with all of our leadership at OPPD, that was a call out from many of them, is I can do a better job at my team level of, here's things I've done as a leader because of what you've said. It's just easy to charge ahead and go do stuff because that's what we do. So there's an opportunity to be more intentional. Okay, we can go to the next. So the top item trends, so these are the biggest improvements we saw in 2020 versus 2019, and you'll see they're all above that 6% mark. We actually had 6 because we had a couple at the 6.123 level, so we kind of included them all. But again, you'll see for the most part, they are above 70. We have 2 that are below the 70%. They're closer, and we're getting close to that 70% top quartile. One is we have benefits not typically available to other organizations, and in my immediate group, steps are taken to deal with poor performers. Again, very nice increases on 2 items that can be tricky within a lot of organizations. So we were happy to see that improvement and still continue the work. I think that has been started in these areas to continue to do that. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay. Though that is the overall of the survey. Any additional questions or comments?
Eric, do you have a question or a comment?
Oh, sorry, no, my hand was still up, but as I was thinking through this, as a board member, I think I'm the only one whose primary other activities are to be a full-time employee. I think everyone else is either owner of a company or retired or something like that. So in that capacity, kudos to you, management, and to all the employees who participated in achieving such great results in this employee-based survey. That's great. Great to see that we're treating our employees so well.
Thank you.
It is great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it.
And Mark, thank you very much. Do you have any other comments, Mark?
I do not. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we'll share some of that as we're moving through the year to come on what we're doing to move the needle on the results. So thank you very much for your continued support.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
That should conclude governance. I'll have Chair Moody take over.
Okay. Thank you, Director McGuire. All that remains is confirmation of board meeting agenda. So it looks like we have SD9 on the board discussion action items as discussed earlier. And then the directors have been working on a legislative, or no, that legislative resolution was the one that we decided to send back to PI. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't see anything else. There may be something else that pops up from a resolution standpoint, but I need to work on that here in the next couple hours. But Mo, you and I have talked about it, and then we'll chat about that offline. Otherwise, I assume that the agenda is good. Okay. Hearing no arguments. Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
Following up, yes, it's good for what we have available to us. When would it be, when's the latest it would be changed?
Well, it's the 24-hour rule, right? So we've got until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So if there is any need to change it, we would do it ideally early tomorrow morning. It's kind of my target.
Okay. So, sorry, Rick, were you asking about content of the agenda or perhaps location or venue, or what was your?
No. I was just asking for the detail for anyone who happened to be listening.
And then Craig, on that note, are we 100% on in-person at the Ledge Chamber regardless of anything else? Or is there any, I mean, well, how would we clarify that? Because turnaround on this from now to Thursday at 4 is relatively short.
Yeah, I don't see a scenario at this point where we go away from that. So I want to get affirmation that the cleaning procedures are going to be really well done before Thursday, after seeing so many people in the legislative chambers today. But under the assumption that we can get comfortable there, the governance committee has talked rather substantially about how we can ensure that we are all socially distanced from one another. The very firm expectation is that both we and anyone else in attendance wears a mask, but we don't have legal authority to require that at this point.
One other thing is that if people start arriving a little bit earlier, I think Mo Hinners mentioned that, if we arrive at no later than 3:30, and Mo's going to be sending specific instructions for us.
Yeah.
And Craig, we are open for public attendance in person. And it will also be the same engagement online. Those are both available.
Correct. Yes. So the public can attend in person if they so choose. I'll be honest, I would dissuade them from doing so.
Virtually. Yeah.
Yes, because the virtual attendance will essentially mirror what we're doing today. People can listen and provide comments in the exact same way we've been doing it since April. So to the extent that the public is comfortable with the way in which we've been doing it virtually, I hope that that's how people choose to attend. Clearly, my view is the only reason we're really getting together is because the law says that we have to get together 50% of our meetings during the year.
Yeah, Mo just posted that we have the room beginning at 3 p.m. and please arrive no later than 3:30 so we can review the security evacuation procedures.
Okay. Yep. Yep. So
you'll need your OPPD badge if you choose to park at Energy Plaza. That's the other, and walk to the meeting location.
Okay. Yeah. So unless something really extraordinarily unforeseen happens, we're going to get together on Thursday. So I look forward to seeing all of you in person for the first time in several months. Any last comments on logistics or agenda for Thursday?
Craig, this is Scott, and I would just add that from OPPD, the only people who will be in attendance are President and CEO Tim Burke, General Counsel Steve Bruckner, and Meeting Secretary Mo Hinners.
Okay, very good.
The rest will be participating virtually.
Got it. I'm sure we're going to have fun with it.
And I do apologize. There are going to be a couple of, I think, technology and security folks there as well. So there are a couple more people, but I don't want to. OPPD's participation will be mostly virtual.
Yeah.
And I would be remiss if I would. I assume I'm making an assumption that everyone would be willing to wear masks at that event. I would ask you to do that. It's been our policy inside the organization. In common areas where we can't practice social distancing, that we wear masks. And once we sit down at our seat and we're social distance, you can certainly take your mask off if you would like. But certainly in those common areas and to and from, we would ask you to engage around wearing a mask. That's what we're doing internally. I think it's a great reinforcement to our organization that have the opportunity to see that we also have a board that is respectful of kind of our intent inside the organization to keep people healthy and safe. So would greatly appreciate that from everybody. Thank you.
Yep, I'll echo that. It's my expectation that people wear masks the entire time that they're there. Okay, on that note, I think we're done for today. So we'll go ahead and adjourn at 3:40. So we'll see you all in exactly 48 hours at 3:40 in the legislative chambers downtown. Okay, thanks for the good work today, everybody. Well done.